All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am not figuring out why we don't have audio, or we don't have audio for our sponsors. And I'm not sure. So I'm going to work out some things technically. And in the meantime, just say a big thank you to our sponsors for their support of Lovington Wildcat softball. So we will get back to those in just a moment. As we get ready for the bottom of the first inning.
Now batting, number 1, Presley Dutra.
All right. The game moves on. You've got audio and you've got me. We will just do the best I can and get the sponsors to play for you as soon as I can. But that brings us to bottom of the first inning. Lovington leading this 1-0. I'm Dawn Morgan. You're listening to Lady Wildcats softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. In the top of the first inning, there was 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. And we go to the bottom of the first. Lovington coming up. Presley Dutra is your first batter. And the first pitch on her is a strike. So 0-1 on Dutra. Dutra plays second base for Goddard. And a fastball swung on, hit over to the left side, foul for strike 2. Landed in foul territory just beyond the Lovington dugout. So 0-2 on Dutra. Vega out in front. Waiting on deck is number 3, Alexis Sandoval, the center fielder, and in the hole, number 16, Kashana Casals, the third baseman. This pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3, first strikeout for Vega. And the first out, that's going to bring up Sandoval. So one out here in this bottom of the first. 1-0 is your score. Goddard wanting to populate the bases and get that run back and then some. First pitch is in, and it's going to be high and outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 on Sandoval. Second pitch. It's a beautiful strike on the outside corner for strike number 1. There's Alexis Sandoval, your center fielder, batting in the right-hand side. Beautiful day for softball. A swing and a miss, a grounder headed to the shortstop. Morales picks it up, fires to first in time for out number 2. 6-3 if you're keeping your scorebook along with us. Honey Morales, Coach McCraw made some adjustments, and she is playing shortstop today. It's the first time we've seen her play shortstop, at least at the beginning of the game, all season. And that's going to bring up number 16, Kashana Casals, third baseman, to the plate. And the first pitch comes in low and inside for ball number 1. Casals, third baseman for Goddard, stands pretty much dead center in the right-hand box. And another fastball. This one comes in a little too low, so it'll be a 1-1 count now. 1-1 count, 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Lovington leading 1-0. Vega checking her notes on her arm. Sends a fastball over the plate. This is going to be low for ball 3. Okay. Okay, I think I have a 2-1 count. Well, we'll see. when he holds up. If she doesn't hit this pitch, I'll check that count again. Lets that one go. Strike. That was a beautiful pitch, and Vega took a little bit off of that. That would have been a good pitch to hit. The take sign was on. Oh, and another beautiful pitch. That one was probably even better than the first. A little more heat on that one, and she raised that up in the middle of the zone. So 2 strikes on Casals. And swung on and foul tipped back. So your count remains full on Casals. No runners on, 2 outs. Lovington would like to get back to the dugout, continue to try to put runs on the board. Swing and a miss as Vega offered up a little off-speed pitch high in the zone, and protecting the plate but chasing a bit was Casals. So strikeout number 2. 3rd out for Lovington, and that ends the inning. They come up 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And we go to the top of the 2nd inning. Lovington is leading this one 1-0. We'll have more Lady Cat Sports from Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And let's see if we have any audio yet, and if I can work on this. If not, we will acknowledge our sponsors and continue to solve that technical problem. I will say thank you very much to Bob's Thriftway, to Devon Energy, to Empire Services, to First American Bank Lovington, to General Welding Supply, to Lee County Electric, to Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools, our sponsors of Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball. Thank you very much to all of those sponsors, and we'll continue to solve that audio glitch and try to get those sponsorship played for you. But we will say that we are going to be going to the top of the 2nd inning. Lovington coming up to bat, leading this one 1-0. And I'll take about a 30-second break and be back. All right, and here we are back in Lovington in the top of the 1st inning. Thank you very much. I'm Dawn Morgan with Lovington Lady Wildcats softball action. Lovington against Goddard here in Roswell. And coming up to bat will be number 6 Riley Dunlap. Actually it's Angelina Corral coming up to bat. And swing and a hit, but it's going to drift over. Reaching up for that is Lenatus at shortstop. So 2 outs quickly in this one. So a nice little pop with just a little more wind, a little more oomph. It could have fallen in there between second base and center field, as it was. A little pop to shortstop for the second out for Lovington. Number 16, Aaliyah Chavarria is your batter. Chavarria is playing second base today. Coach McCraw shifting things around in the infield just a little bit after they committed a few errors that were costly against Roswell in the makeup games on Wednesday night. There were makeup games from last Friday. The Lightning delayed, and those the end of the first game was played and the second game. And Lovington ended up winning the first game, but then losing the second one to Roswell High. Second pitch, and a high fly ball heading out to center field. And that's it. Pretty efficient inning as Aaliyah Chavarria gives it a ride, but ends up with a fly out to center field for the third out. They go up, three down for Lovington again. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. Your score remains 1-0 Lovington, and we're going to go to the bottom of the second inning with Linares Ray Hernandez due up for Goddard. And we will be back with more Lady Wildcat softball on Walmart Digital and OneRadioSquare.com, or One Radio Square Sports, that is. And thank you again. We acknowledge Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools, your sponsors for this game. We'll be back with more Lovington Lady Wildcat softball. All right, and thank you. Welcome back. I'm Dawn Morgan with Lovington Lady Wildcat softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. We're going to the bottom of the second inning. Lovington leads this one 1-0. Vega on the mound, and Linares, your shortstop, at bat. And the first pitch is going to be high and outside for ball number 1. So ball 1-0 count against Linares. And we are in the bottom of the second inning. No outs. 1 ball, no strikes on Linares. And we have a little timeout on the field. Looks like maybe checking on equipment, face mask, possibly. I think so. Some of the infielders choose to wear a face mask as a guard. And Linares back up. 1-0 count on her. Second ball is going to come in, and it is going to be high up in the zone for ball number 2. So 2-0 the count. Vega on the mound. She is a starting pitcher for Lovington. She is their number 1 pitcher. And a strike right down the middle. Nice fastball. Low in the zone for strike number 1. So 2-1 your count. Vega has already signed. She signed 2 years ago. The pitch comes in. Oh, it's going to clip the corner. It's a beautiful pitch. Nice little breaking ball. On the outside corner, Linares flinched, gave it a look, but didn't swing. And it is strike number 2. 2-2 is your count. And Vega signed 2 years ago to play for Stephen F. Austin University in Nacogdoches, Texas, and that ball comes in. It's a ball, low and outside, so the count is full on Linares. But and there's going to be, and that's low. Oh, I thought I already had that as a, now the count is full. I had that as 3-2 already. Oh, I think one of those pitches, 3-2 your count on Linares. Oh, the timeout on the equipment. Okay. And there's a hit ball, well hit, sharply hit between between short and third. And that's going to put Linares on nothing. That ball was not playable. And we're right between Corral and Morales to short and third. And that's going to be a single for Linares and put her on base. as Goddard
Ray.
is looking to get that run back and then some against Lovington. Vega and her crew are looking to shut Goddard down and get back in the dugout and try to increase their lead. As KJ Ray, your first baseman, coming up to bat. And the first pitch is going to be high and outside for ball one as Lenatus out there on first. As I adjust my score bug, get it caught up. Oh, nice pitch comes in just a little low on the inside corner. So that's going to be ball number 2. 2-0 on Ray. She bats from the right side of the box, and she gets right up in the front of the box. Oh, she flinched at that and with good reason. Hit the corner, the outside corner for call strike 1. 2-1 your count. As Ray definitely, she thought about it, but by the time she made a decision, it was too late. It was in the glove. Nice pitch from Vega. Ray waiting on this one, and she takes it. Little pop line drive, almost right to Morales. She takes about 2 steps to her left to be able to get that. So a little infield line drive for out number 1. Lenatus remains on first. It brings up number 2, Juliet Hernandez. Hernandez is your catcher for Goddard, coming up to bat for the first time. Batting in that 6th slot. Oh, the first pitch to her is going to be, on the corner. This ump is calling the corners, the outside more than the inside, I've noticed. As long as he's consistent, the pitcher knows what to expect, the batters know what to expect, it's not a problem. And Vega likes to hit the corner. So far, I've noticed that Manzanes is more of a fastball right down the pike so far. I'm sure she has other pitches. She'll be working them later. But she's been working the center of the plate with fastballs so far. And a swing and a miss as Hernandez chases just a little, and Vega's able to get her. So that is the 3rd strikeout, but she goes down swinging. You don't like to see, no matter who your team is, better to go down swinging than have the bat on the shoulder, and she was in protect the plate mode on that one with 2 strikes on her. So that's out number 2. Strikeout number 3 for Vega, and that's going to bring number 15, Valeria Manzanes, up to the plate. First pitch is in, and it's a beautiful one over the outside corner again for call strike 1. Now that Manzanes, the pitcher for Goddard, has seen that, my bet is that she's going to start going after that ball with an 0-1 count on her and 2 outs. 1 runner still on first, and that's going to come right over the plate. You know, it did have some funny movement on it. And I think Manzanes, when I looked at it, I thought it was going to break inside, and it broke back over from inside right across the plate for strike 2. And that's going to be low and outside. As Vega trying to get Manzanes to chase. Ball 1, 1-2 is your count. Come on. All right, so I adjust my score bug. Bottom second, there are 2 outs now. And there's a ball that's going to be low. It's going to get away from DePorto, and that's kind of unusual. Vega doesn't throw too many wild pitches, and DePorto is able to block most of them out and keep them from being pass balls. But that one gets away, and that sends Lenatus down to second. And the count is 2-2, still even. It's even on Manzanes now. Fastball right over the plate, beautiful pitch. And Manzanes swings and misses. So strikeout number 4 for Vega, and 3rd out. They go 4 up, 3 down with no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We go to the top of the 3rd inning. Your score is still 1-0, Lovington leading, and we'll be back with more Lovington Lady Wildcat softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. Welcome back. Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. I'm Dawn Morgan with No Mark Digital and One Radio Square Sports. We want to thank our sponsors, Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank of Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools for their support of not only Lovington Lady Wildcats softball, but our broadcasts of these games this season. We appreciate each and every one, and we encourage you to support them as businesses and entities with your support behind all of those great sponsors. We are here on a beautiful sunny day, just a little bit of a breeze, a few clouds, but mostly sunny here in Roswell, Goddard, a very nice field and a facility located just across the street from the high school itself. And it is a great first game. This is a doubleheader, so we are here in the top of the third inning. Lovington coming up to bat. They lead this one 1-0, and it's the top of the order. Number 3, Avery Marquez, your center fielder, first up, and the first pitch is into her, and it is a ball. So 1-0 is your count on Marquez. Marquez hit a single her first time up at bat and ended up crossing the plate for Lovington's only run so far in the game. And 1 ball, no strikes, no outs in this one. And this at-bat so far, 1-1 actually is the count. So 1-1 the count, and the fastball comes in and actually took a little off that. Manzanas took a little off of it, and it was a little low, but Marquez, I think, was expecting the heater across the plate. She was a little in front of that. And swing and a miss for strike 2. So now she's behind in the count. And a little hit back right to the mound. Manzanas, it goes to her glove, drops it, but she picks it right up and throws it over in plenty of time for out number 1. So Marquez trying to hit. She just needed to raise that hit up, put a little more oomph behind it, and raise it up a few feet out of play. But that becomes the first out. 1-3 in your book, and brings up number 4, Honey Morales, your shortstop for Lovington. Morales hit a single her first time up at bat, and then got stranded on third base, did not get to cross the plate. Lovington needs to add to their lead. First pitch is into her, and the ump, behind the ump, appeals down to your first baseman to see if she actually went, if she swung. And I didn't see, he didn't indicate, so I'm not sure if he indicated a ball or a strike. A ball, 1. So she did not offer. This one comes in and catches the outside corner. I think that was maybe a little baseball karma there, catching up, evening the count at 1-1. I think the 2 pitches would have ended up 1-1 no matter. And she shows bunt, but misses the ball for strike number 2. So 1-2 is your count on Morales. Morales normally coming off the bench to pinch run and to come in relief in games, and Coach McCraw started her in shortstop today. And there's a swing and a hit, fouled over toward the Lovington dugout. Count remains 1-2. Morales in protect the plate mode with 2 strikes on her. Looking to get on base for Lovington. They need to get a little 2-out rally, or a little 1-out rally started here, actually. Increase their lead. They're up only by 1 over a capable Goddard squad. And there's one on that, a high fly ball in the air. Drifting over to get it from left field is Ramirez. And she catches it on the run for out number 2. So Morales giving it a ride, but comes up short. Flying out to left field, bringing up number 1, Kaylee Vega, your pitcher. She hit a long fly ball out to center field her first time up at bat. She's 0-1 today. Oh, and she catches just a piece of this, and it just rolls harmlessly down the first base line and is picked up, and she is tagged out. So that is Manzanas unassisted there. It's just a little dribbler. And that's the third out. Lovington not able to get anything going in that one. 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. They remain with a 1-0 lead going to the bottom of the third. Roswell Goddard coming up to bat And it will be the bottom of the lineup for Goddard, Arianas, Ramirez, and then Dutra. Your first three batters up, and we'll be back with more Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball here in Roswell. We are going into the bottom of the third inning, that is, with Goddard coming up to bat. Thank you very much to our sponsors today. Again, Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank of Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools. We appreciate your support of Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. I'm Dawn Morgan on a beautiful Saturday. First of a doubleheader here in Roswell against Goddard. Goddard up at bat. First up is Yali Arianes, the right fielder. And the first pitch is in, and it is a ball. A 1-0 on Arianes. Oh, the score bug is a little bit different than I'm used to seeing. My apologies. I wiped on the score bug. I wiped Lovington's run out the last inning at some point in resetting the inning. But Lovington does have one run in this game. In fact, that's the only run so far is by Lovington, 1-0. Roswell Goddard trying to change that here in the bottom of the third inning. And the pitch comes in, and it is a ball. 2-1 is your count now on Arianes. Coming up to bat for the first time for Goddard. Swing and fouled back, spun off over the press box just to our right, out of play for strike number 2. Evens the count, 2-2. And a pretty good crowd here. There were a few Lovington folks in the stands. I see some blue definitely over here. Problem is both teams are blue. And another swing and fouled back off to the right. Arianes hanging tough at the bat. Count remains 2-2. Lots of folks came prepared with their sunbrellas today, knowing that they're going to be in the stands for a while with a doubleheader. Second game should start about 30 minutes after the first one is done. And a call, strike 3 on the outside corner, and that is strikeout number 5 for Kaylee Vega. That sends Arianes to the bench and brings number 8, Alexis Ramirez. Ramirez plays left field for Goddard. It's her first time up at bat, batting in the 9th slot. From the right-hand side of the plate, she scoots up. She has an open stance, fairly open. Pitch comes in, swing and a miss for strike number 1. She sets up pretty much in the middle of the box, in the middle of the plate. And a little hit straight back, just out of reach of Vega. A little hot grounder right up the middle. Marquez fielding that, throwing it in, keeping Ramirez on first. So that's a single for Ramirez, and Goddard's in business with a base runner here in the bottom of the third inning. They do trail by 1. And number 1, Presley Dutra, your second baseman up to bat. She is a left-handed batter. She shows bunt, lays one down, and it is I think he ended up calling it foul. It rolled just foul. And if had I been Olguin, I might have just waited half a second for that to continue to roll foul. She grabbed it up and tagged the runner, but ump had already put up his hand saying that it was a foul, and it definitely had just barely rolled foul. So it becomes strike number 1. 0-1 on Dutra. Back up at the plate from the left-hand side. She shows bunt again, sends this little roller up to the pitcher. Vega picks it up, throws her out at first, and then moving off the bag was Ramirez, and a throw over to second base does not get her. She scrambles back in time, but it does move the runner, Ramirez, into scoring position. So a little sack bunt. A little sack bunt moves the runner around. Ramirez standing on second with Sandoval at bat. And the first pitch comes in, and it is a strike. Nice pitch from Vega. As Ramirez sitting out on second base. Goddard would like to get her around and in. The pitch comes in. It's going to be just a little low and outside for ball number 1. So your count is even. Your count is even on Sandoval. And this pitch, swing and a miss, as Vega threw a breaking ball in the outside corner, and really it ended up breaking. I think that would have been called a ball, but Sandoval swinging at that one, strike 2. So 1-2 is your count. And this pitch comes in. It's going to be a ball, evening it up 2-2. Vega is a pretty quick worker on the mound. She can be deliberate and take her time, but she's fairly quick. This batter, Sandoval, in the box and ready. She scoots up very close to the front of the box and sends a little dribbler out to the shortstop. Morales picks it up, fires it in time. 6-3 for out number 3. So Roswell threatens with a runner on. They leave her stranded, though, and we're going to go to the top of the 4th inning. Lovington coming up to bat with their lead intact, 1-0. And there were no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we will go to the top of the 4th with Lovington coming up to bat. It's going to be Urahara, that's Delaney Urahara, then DePorto and Chavarria and Ali Chavarria coming up, first 3 batters for Lovington. And we will be back with more Lovington Lady Wildcat softball for No Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. Your score is 1-0. Lovington is leading. Lovington coming up to bat in this top of the 4th inning, and up to bat first is Delaney Urahara. First pitch is high and outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 is your count. I'll adjust the score bug that you see on your screen as we are in the top of the 4th. And the second pitch comes in, and it is going to be ball number 2. So 2-0 the count on Delaney Urahara. She is your designated player. Delaney and Daphne Urahara are sisters. And there's a swing and a hit, but it's going to go foul off to the right. A long fly foul off near the American flag out there in right field. So that's strike number 1. 2-1 is going to be the count on Delaney Urahara. She's one of the sticks for Lovington. They're generally fairly productive at the bat. They put 14 runs on the board against Roswell. They won the first of their doubleheader 14-13 last week over Roswell. Then they lost 7-6 in that second game, and they had some costly fielding errors in that second game against Roswell, which is why Coach McCraw made a few adjustments in his lineup and out on the field. And a 3-0 pitch comes in low and inside for walk, and that is the first walk issued by Manzanes today. She's got a strikeout along to go with this walk. And Urahara is out on first. And that's going to bring up number 10, Sienna DePorto, your catcher, to the plate. She bats in the 5th slot. DePorto is a good eye at bat normally and a good hitter, and she swings and misses. I just put the jinx on her by saying that. 0-1 the count. DePorto taking a pretty good healthy swing. I think that would have been a strike anyway on the outside corner. And as a catcher, she's got a pretty good eye. She hit an RBI single her first time up at bat, then got stranded on first base. She is 1 for 2 today. This is her second time up at bat, and that comes in. It's going to be high and outside for ball number 1. As I catch up the score bug, 1-1 your count. No outs in here in this top of the 4th inning. Lovington leading 1-0. Ooh, fastball comes in, but it's going to be low and inside for ball number 2. With DePorto, and they usually send a. No, that's Urahara out on first. And there's swing and a hit. Hard hit ball to second base as Dutra. It hits her. She knocks it down, and she throws it, just kind of tosses it over to second base to get the lead runner, and then they throw it to first, but the ball's dropped. So DePorto ends up on first, and really that's an error, but she would have been on first. Anyway, they just didn't manage to turn the double play on her. So DePorto with the fielder's choice, sitting on first, as the throw gets the lead runner Urahara out at second. 4-6, and Annalie Chavarria. I think there's a little. It's one out. Yep, it's just the one out. Urahara was the first batter. She walked, and then DePorto was your second batter, so that is the first out. And it is, I believe, a courtesy runner in on first for her. I'll try to catch that number. I think it may be Daphne Urahara out on first. Maybe, yeah, number 12, Daphne Urahara is your courtesy runner for DePorto on first. And Annalie Chavarria, your left fielder, up at bat for Lovington. Swing and a little dribbler goes out to shortstop. It's bobbled, and by the time Lenatus gets a handle on it and throws it over, Chavarria is safe at first. So no throw. I'm not going to charge that as an error. She did field the ball, so we're going to call that a single. An infield single, although some may score that as an error. And there's a well-hit ball out to left field as Dunlap stood up and smacked the ball, and it's going to end up scoring 2. So a stand-up double for Dunlap. 2 RBI double gives Lovington a 3-0 lead. Dunlap striking out her first time at bat. She came up with something to prove, and she did. A 2 RBI double out to left field. And Angelina Corral, your third baseman, coming up to bat for Lovington. She hit a pop. She popped out to the shortstop her first time at bat. First pitch comes in high for ball number 1. So, still just 1 out. And a hit high in the air, drifting underneath it at center is going to be Sandoval making the grab. and making the throw in. It holds Dunlap at second, so Corral gives it a ride. A high pop fly to center field for the second out in this one for Lovington. With 2 down, a runner in scoring position at second. With the 2 runs in this inning, DePorto and Chavarria crossing the plate. Well, Urahara running for DePorto and Chavarria crossing the plate. And Aaliyah Chavarria, your second baseman, coming up to bat with Dunlap out on second, 2 outs. Lovington leading in this one 3-0. First pitch is in. It's swung on, hit a little chopper over to the shortstop. She bobbles it at first, picks it up, and then the throw is a little bit off. So the throw is not picked up. I think that throw was a little low. I think Ray might have been playable, but that'll be an E6. An E6 that scores Dunlap. So an error on your throw. And Chavarria gets on base. And Dunlap scores. And Avery Marquez coming back up to the plate. She hits a grounder over to shortstop, and this time the throw was not in time. And I think even if she had not pulled her off the bag, I think that throw would not have been on and so I think that was an E6 on the last play, but I think that was a single that's going to put Marquez on first, as the shortstop has become a little hot box right out there of a hot box of hits and some problems for Lanata. She's struggling a little bit, but she's managing. She's knocking the ball down, making the stops. And this comes in, a little Texas. Oh, and she makes up for it there. I tell you, credit where credit is due. A ball that looked like it was going to go beyond her and fall out into shallow left field. Lanata says nope. She picks that one up with the back of her glove, going away, and makes a nice catch. So denies Honey Morales of a hit, and instead becomes the 3rd out for Lovington. So they managed to score 3 runs, though, in that one. And on 1, 2, 3 hits, 1 error, and 1 left on base. So you have a 4-0 lead for Lovington going into the bottom of the 4th inning. And we will be back with more Lady Wildcat softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball. I'm Dawn Morgan from Roswell. As Lovington is playing Goddard, we say thank you to our sponsors again. I'll run down that sponsor list in just a moment. We are here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and Lovington leading 4-0. First pitch comes in to Kashana Casaus, who is your 3rd baseman, and it is a foul. She drifts over, and it is not caught, so it becomes strike 1. How did they catch that? Okay, what? Yeah. All right. Yeah, it was not. It was not caught. Okay, I wanted to make sure because it was. I couldn't really see over there in front of the dugout, so it just became a strike. And the next pitch into her. All right. And there is the third pitch and swung on and missed, but she runs down to first base, but the throw and gets her out for sure. So another strikeout. That is number 6 for Vega. So strikeout for the first out. That brings up number 7, Alyssa Lenatus, your shortstop for Goddard. And the shortstop, third base have been seeing a lot of action defensively for Roswell in this game. Lenatus making a great catch for the third out in that in Lovington's last at bat. But the first pitch on her comes in, and it is a strike. So 0-1 is the count on Lenatus. As Kaylee Vega doing a good job on the mound today. And there's a swing and a foul tip right on the end of the bat. Becomes strike number 2. As DePorto has to get up and chase that one over there toward the Goddard dugout on the right side. 0-2 your count on Lenatus with 1 out in this inning. In this at-bat for Goddard. And the ball's going to come in low and inside for ball 1. That's 1-2 the count now. 1 ball and 2 strikes against Lenatus. Lovington up in this one 4-0. And this, a nicely hit ball right up the middle, and it's going to take kind of a little hop. In place to try to get that was Morales, but she didn't even get a glove on it as it took a little hop before, right as she got to it, and it ends up going out into center. Marquez makes the stop and the throw in. Lenatus with a single.
Number 12,
And 1 out. And that is going to bring up KJ Ray. 1 out in this bottom of the 4th inning. KJ Ray up. She popped. She had a little line drive pop to the her first time up at bat. So she is 0 for 1 today. Plays first base for Goddard. Goddard, 1 out, 1 on first. Ray taking a swing and a miss. Nice breaking ball over the right corner for Vega. I think that would have been a call strike. Ray swinging, missing at that one, just a little behind it, and I think a little under it. So 0-1 the count. No. And there's a ball that gets away from DePorto. So Ray is going to, Lenatus is going to take second base on the pass ball. And that's going to come in just a little outside. So your count is even, 2-2 on Ray. 1 out, 1 runner in scoring position as Goddard is threatening again. Oh, and this is going to come in low and inside. DePorto with a good job of catching that one, keeping it from going behind her. Otherwise, I think Lenatus would have stolen third. So your count is 3-2, full on Ray, who's 0-1, hitting a little line drive out. She's way in front of that one. Well, she was sitting and ready for that, and Vega actually took a little speed off of that. Otherwise, I think that would have been probably a dead center hit. Vega took a little speed off of it. Ray was expecting the heater, the fastball. She was way in front of that, and she sent a smoking hot foul ball over to the left beyond the bullpen over there on the Lovington side. Count remains full on Ray. She was looking to try to bring that runner in from second on one swing there. She gets settled back in the right side of the box. Lenatus out on second. Swing and another foul, high and out of play to the right side. It's going to hit in the netting over the right side bullpen. Count remains 3-2. Ray definitely in protect the plate mode. She's going to have to fight off some close balls if she thinks they're going to be strikes. And again, Vega adjusting the speed on that pitch. It's high, foul, over to the right, out of play. Count remains 3-2. She has fought off and fouled off a few. So she just, Vega is trying to vary her speeds and where she's placing the ball, trying to get Ray out. This hit back again, fouled right straight back toward the press box here. The timing on that was good. Ray had the timing down on that, but she hit just under the ball and spun it back, almost straight back. So your count remains full. And this is the most pitches that Vega has had to throw to a batter all day. She's only taken 2 other batters to full counts and has yet to walk a batter. But she just did. Again, I think I jinxed her. As I said that, she was throwing a ball just a little too high out of the strike zone. Ray takes first base, and that's the first walk to go along with 6 strikeouts. Yep, 6 strikeouts so far, but that 1 walk. That puts runners at first and second for Goddard, who are threatening with just 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning, as Lovington wants to shut him down and get out of this inning. Possible double playable ball. First pitch is in, and it's a strike. 0-1 the count. So Lovington would like to get out of this with as little damage as possible, but only 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Lovington leading 4-0. There's a swing and fouled off. Just foul down the right side, down the first base line. So 0-2 is your count on Hernandez. She struck out her first time at bat, so she is 0 for 1, looking to change that with runners on first and second. Oh, and this one comes in low for ball number 1. 1-2 the count on Hernandez. As I think Vega gave her something to try to chase, and she flinched and looked at it, thought about it, but she did not offer. And a fastball comes in over the outside. Hernandez taking a swing, fouls it off toward the right side, protecting the plate with those 2 strikes on her. Runners on first and second. That's Ray on first, Linares on second for Goddard. They're looking to get on the board today. This is one of their best opportunities of the game. Vega looking to shut him down. Swing and a miss. Well, nope. She gets a piece of it, and it goes just in front of DePorto. DePorto hustles out, throws down to first to get. Did she? Nope. She was not in time. They called her safe. Nope. Yep. They called her safe. So DePorto trying with the throw, and that's going to be a little infield single. And it also moves the runners around and loads the bases for Goddard. So a little blooper, excuse me, swing and a little softly hit ball really acted like a bunt. She didn't bunt it, but in getting a piece of it, it sort of acted like a bunt. And puts her on first with runners on each base now. 1 out, and that's going to bring up Valeria Manzanes, the pitcher, to the plate. As Roswell threatening to break this one open here in the top of the 4th. And this ball comes in. It's going to be a ball. So 1-0 on Manzanes. So one ball, no strikes, 1 out. Good news is there's a force on any base, and a swing and a miss. Vega took a little off of that and brought it up in the strike zone, and Manzanes swung under it for strike 1. 1-1 your count. Swing and a miss for strike 2. Vega bringing the heat on that one, and Manzanes was late on it. So 1-2 is your count. One out. Bases are loaded for Goddard. They are threatening. The tying run, potential tying run, is at the plate with a 1-2 count. And this is going to be low for ball 2, right over the plate. Evens the count, 2-2. As Lovington needing and wanting to shut Goddard down here. This is the best scoring opportunity that Goddard has had all game. Bases loaded. 2 strikes and a call. Strike 3 on the corner. And that is strikeout number 2. Strikeout number 7. And actually, she was looking at that one. I need to turn my K around. So Manzana's striking out, but Goddard still can do damage. The bases are still loaded, just with 2 outs now. And that's going to bring up Yali Arianes, your right fielder, to the plate. She struck out her last time at bat, so she's 0 for 1 today. Second plate appearance, bases loaded. And the first pitch comes in high and outside, as Vega knows that she can get her. She has struck her out once. She's got to calm down, focus, and bring that ball back into the strike zone. And she does with this one. A high fly ball drifting under it. They need to call it. It's going to be Leah Chavarria who grabs it for the 3rd out. Whew. And that is a big sigh of relief for Lovington as they dodge a bullet there. Goddard loads the bases, and then a pop fly out to second base ends the inning. So they leave him loaded in the bottom of the 4th inning. There were no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 3 left on base. That's going to be costly for Goddard, and it preserves this shutout so far for Vega. It's 4-0, and we're going to go to the top of the 5th inning with Lovington's bottom of the order coming up. It's going to be top of the order comes up, actually. It's going to be Avery Marquez who is going to be coming up first. Avery Marquez, your center fielder, coming up to the bat to start things off. No, Kaylee Vega. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm chasing the marks that I've made in my book and not made actually in that one. So, yeah, Morales was the last batter in the last inning for Lovington, and that's going to bring up Kaylee Vega, the pitcher. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. We'll see. We'll see who comes up to bat. That's how I'm going to tell, because I think I didn't mark my book correctly, but we'll see. Anyway, it is going to be your top of the 5th inning. Lovington, 4-0 is your score. They jumped out. They got 1 run in the 1st inning. They went up 3. They came up 3 up, 3 down in your 2nd and 3rd at bat, and then they broke things open their last time at bat in the top of the 4th inning. They scored 3 runs in that at bat before they got shut down, with Goddard making a couple of throwing errors in that inning, throwing and actually catching errors, and that led to some of the Lovington scores. So 4-0. With the first pitch is in on Kaylee Vega, your pitcher. Yep, I did have it right in the book. So Vega coming up. She had hit a long fly out her first time at bat, and she hit a little dribbler down the line her second one. So she's 0 of 2 today. Hits a long fly ball, and Sandoval having to come in. Sandoval was playing fairly deep in center field. She has to come in, way in, to shallow, almost just behind second base, to catch that ball for out number 1. So Vega a little frustrated at the bat today. She's a good hitter as well as a good pitcher for Lovington, but she hits that fly to center field for first out. It's going to bring up Delaney Urahara, your designated player, to the bat. First pitch is in on her, and it's going to be ball one. So 1-0 on Urahara. And we are here. I adjust the score bug with 1 out and 1 ball, no strikes. Now 2 balls, no strikes, as that ball was way outside for ball number 2. 2-0 the count. 1 out here in this top of the 5th inning, the first of a doubleheader. And there's a swing and a hit as it's just blooped over to third base, as Casals able to pick that one up easily and make the throw. 5-3 for out number 2. So Lovington going down quickly in this top of the 5th. 2 up, 2 down. That brings up number 10, Sienna DePorto, your catcher. She had an RBI single her first time up. She got on with a fielder's choice her second time up and ended up crossing the plate. Well, her pinch runner did at the very least. And pitch comes in. She offers, but it is a ball. DePorto with a half swing did not break the plane. And she gets this one, sends it off foul over to the left for strike 1. So 1-1 is your count. 1-1 is your count. 2 outs in this top of the 5th inning. Your count is even on DePorto. And she hits a grounder right to the shortstop. A grounder to Linares, who picks it up, fires over to first in time. 6-3 for the 3rd out. So not many pitches pitched in that at bat for Manzana. She gets out of that pretty cheaply with a handful of pitches, and 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. And that means we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Lovington still leading 4-0. And it will bring up the bottom of the lineup for Goddard. It's going to be Alexis Ramirez, your left fielder, coming up to bat. And then Dutra and Sandoval on deck and in the hole. So Ramirez will be your first batter, and we'll be back with more Lady Wildcats softball on No Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. We want to say a big thank you again to our sponsors: Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank of Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools. We thank you for your support of Lovington Athletics and Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. Thank you very much for listening. I'm Dawn Morgan, live in Roswell, as Lovington playing Goddard this afternoon. Now that I think we're in the afternoon. I haven't checked my. Yes, we are 15 minutes into the noon hour now in this first game of a doubleheader. No matter how this one comes out, there will be a break, I think, of about 30 minutes between those games. This first one, Lovington is leading. Goddard has threatened a couple of times. In fact, in the last inning, they left the bases loaded. Lovington getting out of that inning without giving up a run, but Roswell is coming back with Ramirez coming to the plate. She hit a single her last time at bat and ended up getting stranded on second. So she is 1 for 1 today. This is her second plate appearance. And the first pitch on her is going to be outside for ball number 1. I adjust the score bug. Second pitch comes in, and it's going to be ball number 2. So 2-0 is your count on Ramirez. Lovington wanting to preserve their 4-run lead. And that's going to be a call. Strike 1 on the outside corner. That's a place that Vega likes to throw, and she's good at hitting that corner. fastball right up the middle, and a little fly ball is going to fall in. It ends up, the wind kind of picks that up and carries it far out near the fence between center and left. But Marquez fields it and throws it in. It's going to be a stand-up double for Ramirez, and she gets Goddard into scoring position with a long fly. That's going to bring up Presley Dutra, your second baseman, to the bat. She struck out her first time. She hit a sac bunt, moved a runner her second time at bat. She bats from the left. She shows bunt again, and that's a strike. She leaves her bat. That actually I think was outside, but she left her bat down across the plate when the ball passed, so it becomes a strike. So 0-1 the count, and the runner offers but doesn't go. She shows bunt again and hits a little dribbler back to the mound or the circle as Vega picks it up and fires it over to first for the first out. But it does move Ramirez over to third base. So again, a sac bunt moves a runner as Goddard is trying to cobble together a run, playing small ball here after a nice double hit by Ramirez. And Alexis Sandoval coming up to the plate, your center fielder. Runner at third now. The first ball comes in and it is high for ball number one. With one out and a runner on third. And a 1-0 count now. And a swing and a miss. A beautiful fastball over the outside corner for strike one. 1-1 your count on Sandoval now. With Ramirez sitting there on third. The one out, and in the bottom of the fifth inning, Roswell trying to get a run across, and there's a swing and a miss as Sandoval was behind that one and a little under it. It was another breaking ball on the outside corner. 1-2 your count. And this one comes in, and it's just a little low. It is on the outside corner. A throw from DePorto down to Corral. Just trying to keep Ramirez honest out there and keep her right on the bag. As Lovington wants to preserve their 4-0, not just a lead, but a shutout so far. And this ball, a fastball, swing and a miss for strike three. And that's out number two. It's strikeout, 1, 2, 3, 4. Strikeout number 8 for Vega in this one, and it brings up number 16, Kashana Casals, your third baseman, to the plate. She has Clark. Yep, Casals. Clark is her middle name, I guess. Casals. I've got that right. She has struck out both times at the plate today. She's 0 for 2, and you know that she wants to change that. She takes a healthy cut at it and gets a piece of it. Fouls it back to the screen on the right side for 0-1 your count. Two outs here in this bottom of the fifth inning as Goddard at the plate. And 2 strikes now on Casals. 0-2 your count. Lovington leading this one. First of a doubleheader on this beautiful Saturday in Roswell. And a fastball up the middle. Actually, she took a little bit of heat off of that, a little bit of a changeup. And Casal still is just flummoxed by Vega, and strikeout ends the inning. So they come up and threaten, but Goddard not able to bring that runner in as no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. And we go to the top of the 6th inning. Lovington still in control of this one, 4-0. As Annalise Chavarria will come up to bat first, followed by Riley Dunlap, and then Angelina Corral. Your first, or actually it's, yes, Chavarria, Dunlap, Corral. Your first 3 batters for Lovington. And we'll be back with more Lovington Lady Wildcats softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. We say thank you again to our sponsors. Let me start at the bottom of the list this time. Just switch things up a little. Lovington Schools, Lovington Auto Supply, Lee County Electric, General Welding Supply, First American Bank of Lovington, Empire Services, Devon Energy, and Bob's Thriftway. Thank you so much for your continued support of Lovington Lady Wildcats and Lovington Athletics. So we appreciate you as well. And thank you for listening today. I'm Dawn Morgan from Roswell, bringing you the first of a doubleheader as Lovington and Goddard starting district play. Lovington wants to start district play with a pair of wins. You got to play them one at a time. They're ahead in this one, but there's still some softball left as Lovington coming up to bat, trying to increase their score and try to take the first, at least this first game of a doubleheader. They ended up splitting the doubleheader with Roswell. Now, Roswell High played Goddard last week and beat them. Lovington split their doubleheader, winning 14-13 and losing 7-6 last week. First batter, Chavarria, taking a look at that first pitch, and it hits the outside corner. Strike number 1. 0-1 on Chavarria. This top, oh, there's a hit, nicely hit up the single, a little grounder, not fieldable at all. Anatis goes over to try to get it, but a hot grounder goes out. Sandoval gets that, throws it back in, and Chavarria is on with a single. So no outs, 1 on. Brings up number 6, Riley Dunlap, your right fielder for Lovington. She had a 2 RBI stand-up double her last time at bat. She struck out her first time at bat, so she's 1 for 2. This is her 3rd plate appearance. With no outs here in the top of the 6th inning. Uh-oh. And the first pitch is in. It is a strike. So 0-1 the pitch, or 0-1 the count on Dunlap. Lovington leading this one 4-0. Dunlap, a right-handed batter, swats at this one, and a nicely hit ball is going to fall out in shallow left field and put Dunlap on. So Dunlap has a single. It was a Texas leaguer that fell in there in shallow left field. It brings up Angelina Corral, your 3rd baseman for Lovington. She has popped out to the shortstop and popped out her 2nd time at the plate as well. She's 0 for 2. This is her 3rd plate appearance. She shows bunt and does hit the ball, but she doesn't kill it. It bounces down and takes a funny hop out to the left, becomes strike number 1. So 0-1 is going to be your count on Corral. Corral looking to bunt and move runners around. Perfect time for it with no outs. Not surprised Coach McCraw's asked her to do that. My bet is that, well, we'll see if she's swinging away now and hits right back to the mound. And Manzanes thinks about it and decides she thought about throwing to first, and then she thought she would get the lead runner out, so she turns and throws to 3rd instead and gets that lead runner. So a good throw, 1-5 for the first out, and it puts Corral on a fielder's choice. So she's on first, and Dunlap moves to 2nd and brings up Aaliyah Chavarria to the plate. Chavarria playing 2nd base today. Her normal spot is 3rd, but she had some trouble fielding and throwing, some errors in that last game against Roswell, and she got moved to 2nd base. And there is a call strike on her. So 1-1 the count on Aaliyah Chavarria. So the count is... Oh, and there's a well-hit ball, but it goes right to the center fielder, as giving it a ride is Chavarria, but flying out to center field for the 2nd out. And really, Sandoval had to take maybe half a step to reach and get that one. Still a good play. And the sun, the midday sun, maybe in the eyes of the outfielders just a little bit. Coming up is the top of the order, Marquez, and she hits a fly, and that is going to land in front of Ramirez in left field. It is going to score one, and the throw comes back in. So that is going to score Dunlap from second. So that's going to be an RBI double as Marquez takes second base on the throw in. So she's got an RBI double sitting on second base, and Corral is over on third. And that brings up Honey Morales, your shortstop, to the plate. First pitch is going to be a strike, call strike on the outside corner. So 0-1 on Morales. Going to have to adjust my score bug here just a minute. 2 outs. And a well-hit ball out in shallow center field is going to score one. Here comes another run, scoring 2. So Morales with a nice double and a 2 RBI double. With a long ball hit out to center field. So it scores Corral and Marquez and puts Vega out on second base, or it puts Morales on second and brings up Vega to the plate. And there's a throw down to second as Morales steals. And Morales was actually held on at first on that one. So my bad. Morales, a 2 RBI single on that one. Vega hits a grounder to the shortstop. Linares picks it up, fires it over, and is thrown out. So 6-3 in the book for the third out. But damage is done as Lovington manages to get 3 more on the board. They make it 7-0. So 3 runs coming in. We'll be back and give you the bottom of the second inning as Goddard will come back up to bat, and we'll have more Lovington Lady Wildcats softball brought to you by Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank of Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools. I'm Dawn Morgan. More Lady Wildcats softball coming up from Roswell on New Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. As Lovington taking on Roswell Goddard in Roswell this afternoon, the first of a doubleheader. I'm Dawn Morgan, and we are going to the bottom of the 6th inning. In the top of the 6th, Lovington scored 3 runs on 4 hits. There were no errors committed by Goddard, and 1 left on base. And we are going to this bottom of the 6th inning. Lovington 7-0 now, and Goddard wants to get some runs on the board. It's not too late for a rally for them. Lovington wants to keep their shutout going as Alyssa Linares, your shortstop, coming up to bat. And the first ball is outside. It's going to be low as well. So 2-0 is the count. In this bottom of the sixth, 7-0. I'm catching my score bug up to reflect 7-0 on your screen here in the bottom of the sixth with no outs. Goddard up to the plate with 3 balls and a first strike. 3-1 is your count. So Lenatus with a 3-1 count, first batter up. She hit a single. She's had 2 singles today. And this one comes in, call strike 2 on the inside corner. Yes, that definitely looked like a good pitch. So Lenatus has been a reliable hitter, getting 2 singles. She's 2 of 2 today. This is her 3rd plate appearance. She swings, and hits that one right over to Corral. Corral knocks it down just out of reflex, really. She puts her glove up, knocks it down. By the time she picks it up and throws, the throw isn't in time. But that was definitely a hot ball, and I'm not going to charge that as an error. I think that is an infield single with Lenatus, her third single of the game. And bringing up KJ Ray, number 12, your first baseman for Goddard. She walked her last time up. She popped out her first time up. Her 3rd plate appearance starts with a high outside ball for ball 1. So no outs. No outs. 1 ball, 1-0 the count. We are here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Goddard needing to put runs on the board. They're running out of time. Just 2 at-bats left. A swing and a foul pop high. Pop fly back to the right, out of play for strike 1. It hits the sidewalk area between the 2 fields here. There is another field to our right. So your count 1-1. 1-1 on Ray. And a swing and a long hit ball out to right field. Dunlap getting on her horse and moving back with it, having to catch that on the run. So a nice catch. Fly out to 9 for the first out, and it's going to hold Lenatus on first since the ball was hit to right field. Nicely caught. And she got the throw in. That's important too. As soon as she caught that, Dunlap got that out of her glove and threw in to be able to keep Lenatus on first. And that's going to bring up number 2, Juliet Hernandez, the catcher, up to the plate. She hits the first ball she sees, and it's over to shortstop. Morales fields it, scoops it, and then tosses it over to Chavarria to get the lead run out at second. So 6-4 for the second out. And Juliet Hernandez is on a fielder's choice. And that brings up number 15, Valeria Manzanes, to the plate. She is your pitcher. Manzanares? No. Manzanares, yes. Okay. I want to make sure that I've got that right. Manzanares. And I believe we have a little timeout on the field. Somebody... a hat, I guess. Hat blew off. Hat blew off, and she wears a visor. Is it a hat? No, it's the right. Oh, okay. It's the right fielders. Okay. So, little equipment, uniform on the field. A little timeout while they fetched that, gave it over to Coach DePorto. I think came out of the Lovington dugout to be able to get that. Manzanares up at bat. So they're going to go back out. They're not starting play, I guess, until they get that. There's a gate that's open, a gate in that fence that's open over there. So they're going to go secure that. So a little bit of a timeout. The home plate ump comes back in. All So Manzanares, the pitcher, stepping up to bat. And she takes a swing. It's gonna fall. It's kind of a nice little fly ball hit out between right field and center, and it's gonna score one as Hernandez comes over, and so it's gonna be an RBI for Manzanares, an RBI single. I think they're gonna have a double. An RBI double, but we're gonna have a courtesy runner for Manzanares out on second. I'll catch her number when I can. I believe that's gonna be Brittany Daniel out there on second. I believe it's either Daniel or Cannon. I can't tell if that's a 4 or 9. And that's gonna bring up number 6, Yali Arianas, the right fielder, up to the plate. So Roswell is on the board with a run. So this will not be a shutout for Vega and for Lovington. 7-1 is your score. Lovington can't afford to let Goddard get a 2-out rally going here. They need to go ahead, finish this off, get a 3rd out, get in the dugout, and try to leave Roswell or Goddard with even less time to try to come back in this one. But Goddard is threatening to blow it open with 1 run in, 2 outs, and a runner at second in scoring position. And Arianas coming up. She struck out her first time up, and she popped out to the second baseman her second time up. So she is 1 for 2 in the plate appearance, and the first pitch comes in low and inside, and it looked like it might be a pass ball, but DePorto shuts it down, comes up, threatening to throw, keeping the courtesy runner at second, which I believe is Daniel, out there. Is it Daniel who is courtesy running? Okay, thank you. That's why you want to be nice to the people around you, because sometimes when you're calling a game, because sometimes you need help in identifying players and numbers and so forth. And you want to be nice to them as well. Give them information so you get information back. And that ball comes in. It's going to be a strike. I believe I need to probably catch up my score bug in this one, as we have a run scored. And there's a swing and a foul tip back to the screen as DePorto chases it back. 0-2 is your count. But the pinch runner, Daniel, makes it over to third. So 2 outs at the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 run has scored for Goddard. A swing and a foul ball going out of play as Dunlap gives it a good chase for it. She was chasing it in case she could catch it at the fence over there, but instead just remains a strike. So 0-2 is your count on Arianas. As that first pitch to Arianas I thought was low and inside, but it was over the corner. So she has 2 strikes on her. 1 runner on. 1 runner has crossed the plate for Goddard in this inning. And that one's foul tipped back. She was protecting the plate. That ball a little on the outside, but she spoiled it off to the right to remain tough at the bat. 0-2. Runner on third. That is Daniel for Goddard. 2 outs in this one, though. And there is a swing and a hit right on the end of the bat. And it is, it's out of play. It's going to be a ground rule double, though. No. Did it go out? I guess it is a home run. It is an out-of-the-park homer. She thought, as I did, when that's an RBI, a 2-run home run for Arianas, as I thought it bounced out, that it hit in front of the fence and bounced out, but it landed beyond the fence. So a 2 RBI homer. And I just said a few minutes ago that Lovington could not afford to let Roswell Goddard get a little 2-out rally going, and that's exactly what they have done, as they have scored 3 in this at bat and shaved that lead down 7-3. As there's a timeout on the field, Coach McCraw wanting to go out and just calm things down, settle things down, tell the girls they've got 2 outs, they've still got the lead, and all they need is to get this 3rd out, get out of the inning, and then just kind of minimize the damage, get out of this one, and get a fresh inning going and another chance at the bat to protect the lead. So Lovington needs to just suck it up here, keep their poise, keep their focus, worry about this out, get out of this inning, and Goddard is looking to blow it wide open and get some more runs across. The momentum shifting to them for this one, but Lovington still, they've got a 4-run lead. It is 7-3 right now, and that brings number 8, Alexis Ramirez, up to the plate. She's your left fielder. She is 2 for 2. She hit a single her first time up at bat. She had a double, a long hit fly ball out to right center her second time up. She has yet to cross the plate today, but she's 2 for 2. This is her 3rd plate appearance. Oh, no. And 7-3 your score. Roswell working on this one. And the first ball is hit. It's a high fly ball, and it could be trouble. Yes, it is. As a little miscommunication, that should have been Dunlap's all the way. The priority is the fielder who is running in on the ball, and she was running in on the ball and running out was second baseman Chavarria. Nobody called each other off, and they ended up almost colliding, and the ball dropped in between them. So a fielding error puts Alexis Ramirez on. And Alexis Ramirez standing on second with really a fielding error, but that will be scored as a double. It should have been caught by one of those Lovington players out in the field. Instead, it extends the inning, gives Roswell another chance as Ramirez is out in scoring position on second. 2 outs here in this bottom of the 6th inning. 7-3 is your score. And a swing, catching a piece of that, fouling it over to the left. As Presley Dutra at bat for Goddard. She bats from the left. She's had 2 sack bunts. Her last time at bat, she struck out her first time at bat. This one fouled off for strike 2. Her timing was a little better on that one. The count on her is 1-2. So Vega is 1 strike away from Lovington getting out of this inning without any more damage being done. They've given up 3 runs in this bottom of the 6th inning. They'd like to shut things down. And a swing and a miss, and that does it. So a strikeout to end the inning as Lovington going to the dugout, and Goddard putting 3 runs on the board. 3 runs on 4 hits, and no errors charged, although I will say that last run that Goddard, that last ball that was hit, that double, probably should have been caught. So 3 runs on 4 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. We go to the top of the 7th inning, and Lovington comes up to bat with a 7-3 lead and a chance to increase that lead in this at-bat. This is the first of a doubleheader. I'm Dawn Morgan. You're listening to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. We say thank you very much to our sponsors again: Lovington Schools, Lovington Auto Supply, Lee County Electric, General Welding Supply, First American Bank of Lovington, Empire Services, Devon Energy, and Bob's Thriftway. Thank you very much for your support of Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. As we have a pretty good game. I think this game has been better than the score would indicate in terms of watching it. In terms of the teams, Goddard has threatened more than they scored and has kept things a little tense. Lovington has had a good offensive and defensive day for the most part. They're playing well. And Vega pitching very well. As Vega, let me count this up, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 strikeouts and 1 walk by Vega in this one today. And Delaney Urahara comes up to bat for Lovington first in this top of the 7th inning as Lovington leads 7-3. No outs. And the first ball comes in. It is a strike. 0-1 on Urahara, your designated player. This pitch is hit to the third baseman and fielded and thrown out. So Urahara out 5-3 in the book if you're scoring third base to first base. And actually, you know, Casals was playing pretty shallow. They were playing pretty shallow, and she didn't have far to come up and field that one. If she had been playing back a little more, that might have been a much closer play, but she was able to pick that one up cleanly, field, and throw that to get the first out, bringing number 10, Sienna DePorto, to the bat. DePorto, your catcher, with the first pitch, a strike, 0-1 on her. 1 out now here in the top of the 7th inning. DePorto, 0-1 count. Lovington leading this one 7-3. And a fastball comes in just a little low and inside for ball 1. So the count is even with 1 out, nobody on base. DePorto taking a look at the second ball. It comes in low for ball 2. As DePorto had an RBI single her first time at bat. She got on a fielder's choice her second time, and then she grounded out to the shortstop her third plate appearance. This is her 4th plate appearance today, and she looks at a strike that goes by. 2-2 is your count. A pitch on the outside corner for Manzanares. She swings and hits this, a grounder to the shortstop, who picks that one up. That's Linares, and fires to first in time for out number 2. That's going to bring up number 7, Annalise Chavarria, your left fielder, to the plate for Lovington. She's 2 for 3 this afternoon. She's had 2 singles. She grounded out to the pitcher her first time at bat. Chavarria comes up with 2 outs. 7-3 is your score. Lovington leading in this one. It's the top of the 7th inning. First pitch is in. Ball 1. 1-0 the count on Chavarria. And she hits this one a high fly ball, and coming over again, miscommunication out in the field between right and the center field as Arellanes comes over for it. Looks like she's got it and then pulls up short. I think she was afraid, thinking Sandoval was coming her way. So a little miscommunication. That was playable, and a ball that could have been caught by either center or left field. So Lovington had their woes out there in that area last inning, and now it's Goddard's turn as Chavarria ends up on third. So a little miscommunication out there in the right field puts a runner in scoring position for Lovington. Riley Dunlap stands up at the plate and swats one out into left field, and that's going to score a run. Chavarria comes in, and it's going to be a nicely hit ball for Dunlap. So Chavarria, with that hit out to right center, ended up with a triple. And then Riley Dunlap has an RBI single. So it is now 8-3 with Angelina Corral, number 13, coming up. She's your third baseman today for Lovington. And the first ball is fouled over to the left in front of the Lovington dugout for strike 1. So I need to catch up my scoring bug. So 8-3 your score. Lovington scoring once so far in this at bat. This is bottom of the, top of the 7th inning. And 2 outs. So they've got a little 2-out rally going. Runner on first. And a high pop fly coming underneath it. It stayed foul. And Hernandez, the catcher, just loses it at the last second. She turned her glove around in a trap mode instead of a basket mode to catch it, and ended up really driving it down to the ground. But it's a foul ball, so it just becomes strike 2. So with 2 outs, an 0-2 count on Corral. And this one is going to be fouled off to the left. So count remains 0-2 on Corral as she fights off one. That is Dunlap on first after her RBI single. Oh, and almost getting her to chase. Manzanares has a nice pitch, kind of an off-speed pitch, high and outside, but with 2 strikes on her, Corral in protect the plate mode. She gives that one a hard look, but does not offer, so the count is 1-2. And Dunlap taking second base. There's a hit. It's going to get by Casals and go out into left field, and it's going to score 1, and sliding safely into second is going to be Corral. So a little hit down the left baseline, ends up being a double for Corral, as it was a single, but on the throw, she went ahead and took second base, slid in safely. So an RBI double for Corral, scores Dunlap from second base. And it makes the ball game 9-3 now. Still 2 outs. Aaliyah Chavarria, your second baseman, coming up to the plate. Little timeout as they adjust the second base bag comes unhinged in that slide as Corral slid in and kind of took the base with her a few feet. So they've got it back. Chavarria at the plate waiting. She's 0 for 3. And that ball is hit, and it's a pop that goes left. There's not a lot of wind today, just a bit of a breeze from time to time. It's possible that hung up in the air just a little bit as it landed just foul, maybe by a foot or so, down that left field line. So the count is 1-1, even up on Aaliyah Chavarria with 2 outs and a runner on second for Lovington. 9-3 is your score now. And a fastball is going to come in on the left. Oh, and he's going to call that a ball. Just inside. So 2-1. And this is a fastball, little chopper hit to the shortstop. Fielding that, knocking it down on her knees. Linares makes a throw to first on her knees in time. That's a pretty impressive play. Credit where credit is due, and it denies Lovington a chance to extend the inning. So 6-3, the throw for the 3rd out, and Lovington managing to put 2 on the board, though, in that inning. So they go into the top of the bottom of the 7th inning, and it's 9-3 your score. We'll be back with more Lovington Lady Cats softball here in Roswell on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Score Sports. And we're back with more Lady Lovington Lady Wildcat softball action from Roswell. It's Lovington. Okay, there we go. And we just briefly lost audio. Gave me a little bit of a panic there. We're back. I was afraid we had a little power outage or something got unplugged, and it did. Something came loose, but I got that fixed. And we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. In that top of the 7th, Lovington had 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors by Roswell, and 1 left on base. As we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Roswell Goddard is out of time. They have to do or die in this at bat, as they managed to put 3 runs on the board last at bat, and they've got to come up with a 6 to at least tie it. And coming up to the plate, first up is Alexis Sandoval, your center fielder, and she promptly swats one out that goes out just beyond the shortstop. Trying to knock that down was Morales out there.
Number 16, Krishana Clark.
So a single puts Sandoval sitting on first. No outs. And Goddard is looking to try to get several runs to be able to at least tie this up to keep the game going in this bottom of the 7th inning. It's definitely, they're out of time. They have got to do it now or lose this first of a doubleheader. Coming up to bat is number 16, Kashana Casaus, your third baseman. She has struck out all 3 times at the plate today. 0 for 3. This is her her 4th plate appearance, and she swings and fouls this one straight back. It hits the sunbrella of, and I guess it doesn't do any damage to the person under that umbrella that is up to protect people from the sun, not the rain today. It becomes strike number 1, 0-1 on Casaus. Her timing was fine on that. She hit it completely dead on straight back, but she hit the bottom of the ball and spun it back. And this one's, it's going to hit her. This one comes in low and way inside, enough that it becomes hit by pitch. So Casaus gets on, and that moves Sandoval to second in scoring position for Goddard now, as that's the first hit by pitch by Vega today. She's got nine strikeouts in the game, a walk, and now a hit by pitch. It brings number 7, Alyssa Lenatis, to the plate, your shortstop, who has made a couple of impressive plays in the field today. And again, no outs. Runners on first and second. And Alyssa Lenatis is 3 for 3. 3 singles in this game today. First pitch comes in. It's going to be a ball. Ball 1. As Lovington can't afford to let the wheels come off in this at bat. And this pitch comes in low for ball number 2. Again, Vega needs to just regroup here. Keep her focused, keep her poised. No outs, runners on first and second. Bottom of the 7th, Goddard threatening to break this open. And that pitch is going to come in low. That's ball number 3. So the pressure's on Vega to throw a strike here. She doesn't want to walk and load them up. And you got to figure that Lenatis is going to have the takes on all the way, but we'll see. And that ball comes in. It's a strike. It is over the inside corner. Lenatis ready to throw her bat down and take first, and the ump says nope. That was a strike. 3-1 the count now, with runners on first and second. Sandoval hitting a single. Casaus hit by pitch, and this is a swing and a hit, a line drive shot, a hot one, and Corral puts her glove out and catches that one, and then throws over to first just to try to catch Casaus off the bag. And there was a courtesy runner, I think, in for Casaus at first, and that runner scrambled back to get back in time
J. Ray.
as Lenatus with a hot line drive, but an even better reflex catch there by Corral. And that brings up KJ Ray, your first baseman, up to the plate. When the first pitch comes in, it is a ball, 1-0 on Ray. So I'm sure I need to catch my score bug up and update that. So ball one, 1 out. 9-3 is your score. Lovington leading. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's do or die time for Goddard. They have runners out now on first and second. We've got a 1-1 count on Ray after she fouled one out. Ray popped out her first time at bat, walked her second time and got stranded on second, and had a long fly out to the right field her last time at bat. So she is 0 of 2. I think the walk counts as a plate appearance. Oh, and scrambling back to second safely. Is Sandoval out there on second. Sandoval on second and a courtesy runner out on first. A swing and a little pop-up is going to go right back to Vega for out number 2. So Ray popping out to the pitcher. Brings up Juliet Hernandez, number 2, playing catcher.
Number 2, Juliet Hernandez.
And Hernandez struck out her first time at the plate. She had an infield single her second time and got on a fielder's choice her third time. And her first pitch comes in low inside for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs. Goddard down to their last out. Oh, and a throw down to first. Again, trying to keep the courtesy runner out there for Casals honest. It's Daniel? Okay. Brittany Daniel is the courtesy runner out there. Can't pick up the number on her back, but thank you very much again. Be nice to the folks around you, and they will help you sometimes. Sorry, it's Cannon. Okay. A courtesy runner at second as well is Cannon. Runners at first and second. 2 outs. Juliet Hernandez at the plate after a quick little conference with the coach down in the third base box. 2-0 your count on her. And there's a hit, and it is trouble. It falls out there in front of Dunlap. A throw in. It's going to score one. It's going to score one. So that's an RBI single for Hernandez. And Goddard extends this inning.
Now batting number 15.
With
Valerie
Cannon scoring.
Hernandez.
She was the courtesy runner for Sandoval out there. And it moves Daniel, the courtesy runner for Casals, over to third. And it puts runners at the corners for Goddard. Runners at first and third. 1 run scored in this inning. They are chipping away at it. 9-4 is your score. Runners at first and third, 2 outs. Lovington is only 1 out away from winning this first game of the doubleheader. Manzanares, the pitcher, is up at the plate, and the first pitch is high. As Kayla Vega definitely needs to settle things down. I've noticed when the pressure is on, she's a very good pitcher, and she's mentally tough, but sometimes when the pressure is on, the adrenaline's rushing, she tends to shorten her stride. She gets a little tight, and the ball goes up. And that's a good pitch. She comes right back with a heater. And swing and a miss, 1-1, your count of Manzanares. With 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. And there's a little chopper over to shortstop. Honey Morales able to pick it up, and she throws over to first for the 3rd out, and that's it. We're done with this first game. 6-3 makes that third out and ends Goddard's hope of a bottom of the seventh rally. They do manage to get one run in that at bat. They managed to get a run, but not enough. So this one ends at 9-4, Lovington winning. And we'll be back with your line score and wrapping this one up here in just a couple of minutes. You're listening to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. We'll be back. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. I'm Dawn Morgan. We want to say thank you very much to our sponsors, Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, Lovington Schools. Thank you very much for your support of Lovington Lady Wildcat sports. In the bottom of the seventh inning, Goddard scored one run on 2 hits, made Lovington committed no errors, and there were 2 left on base, and that was enough to give Goddard 4 runs total in the game, but Lovington wins it 9-4. So 9-4 is your total final score for Lovington in the first of a doubleheader. And I'll be back with your line scores and to talk about that second game. We also do want to say that we have a score coming in from NMMI against Iowa Central. NMMI Broncos 14, Iowa Central 10 in the fourth quarter of that game. And there are a couple of Roswell players on that NMI team, so the NMMI folks will be happy to hear that if any of them are listening to this game on our broadcast. And I'm Dawn Morgan. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes with your line scores and to complete the wrap-up for the first game and get you ready for the second on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. I'm Dawn Morgan on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. Lovington girls win the first of a doubleheader 9-4. Here's how they got there. They scored 9 runs on 13 hits. They had 5 left on base. They committed 1 error. Goddard had 4 runs on 11 hits, 9 left on base, committed 1 error. And the winning pitcher was Vega, and she had 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. She ends up with 9 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 hit by pitch. And she is your winning pitcher. Vega de Porto, your winning battery for that first game. Manzanares losing that one. She had 1 strikeout and gave up 1 walk in that game. We also had an out-of-the-park home run. And let me find that out-of-the-park home run by Goddard, as nobody homered for Lovington in this one. But you had that home run, and now I can't find it in my book. There it is, the home run for Goddard, as they come close. They don't give up, and they manage to make this a ball game to the very end, threatening to break it open in their last at-bat. But Lovington gets out of this one with the 9-4 win. Their sights now set on the second game of this doubleheader. This is district starting today. And with the beginning of district, you're seeing doubleheaders now. So just about everybody they face, everybody in district, as I don't have the schedule in front of me, and I'm not sure if they have any non-district games left at all on the schedule. But non-district games usually are just going to be a single game, but the district counters are all double headers, and they are definitely trying to make their statement about being included in the teams that are selected. As I talked with Coach McCraw last week, and he said he's very honest with his girls and saying that he feels like Lovington is trying to play for one of the 2 sort of wild card spots, you might say, in that 7th or 8th slot. We do know the NMAA is probably going to be taking just the top 8 teams. They're not quite sure how they're going to do this playoff format, how it's going to look, and how many games and where those games will be played. But we do know that it looks like they're only going to take the top 8 teams. And it looks right now, according to of course, this is just speculation, because NMMA certainly, when we're just beginning district play, so we certainly don't know who they're taking. But looking at the schedules and the records of all the teams so far in 4A statewide, there are about at least 4 to 6 teams in the state who are looking like they had a better record, non-district record, than Lovington. Of course, that all goes out the window for the most part, and it's the district games that really count, that the seeding committee is going to look at when all the dust settles at the end of district play. So right now, Lovington is just, all they're doing is they're not worried about anything beyond win your next game. Win this one, and then we move to the next one. We put together enough wins, and then we may make the state tournament. That's what they're thinking right now, is just win each game, play them as they come, win each game, and then they'll let the chips fall where they may. But all they can do is their best, and their best means trying to win each game, and that's what they'll do in the second one today, this doubleheader, as we take there'll be about 20 more minutes between these games. Enough time to let this announcer take a little bit of a break, get some water, visit the ladies' room, and get the book ready for the second game. We'll await the lineups from the coaches coming upstairs here in just a few minutes, hopefully. And we'll be back with you. I'll take a break. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes probably with the game, the second one from Roswell, Lovington versus Goddard. Lovington wins that first one 9-4. We'll be back with the second in just a little while. Thanks again to our sponsors, all of them: Lovington Schools, Lovington Auto Supply, Lee County Electric, General Welding Supply, First American Bank Lovington, Empire Services, Devon Energy, and Bob's Thriftway. Thank you for your support of Lovington Lady Wildcat Athletics and Softball and all Lovington Athletics. I'm Dawn Morgan. So long for about 15 minutes or so in this doubleheader. We're in between games in Roswell. Lovington versus Goddard. More coming up on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. Welcome back to Lady Wildcat Softball. I'm Dawn Morgan on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. This is the second game of a doubleheader. A second game of a doubleheader. Lovington won the first one 9-4. And they are batting here in the top of the first inning. Number 3, Avery Marquez at bat. Marquez, your center fielder, and she promptly stands up and hits the first pitch she sees out of the park, just to the left of center field. So Lovington is on the board 1-0 in this second game. So a 1 RBI single homer gets the game started and gets Lovington started with 1 run. That brings up number 4, Honey Morales, your shortstop, to the plate. Morales coming up. She swings at the first one, tips it back for strike 1, 0-1, as I need to immediately get my score bug up to date. You don't expect that the first batter up is going to hit it out of the park, but she did. 1-0. Lovington leads, top of the first inning. No outs. Second batter up, Honey Morales. And the count is even on her, 1-1. And the second ball comes in. And welcome back. It seemed like that was a short break between the games, and we were all of a sudden ready to play. So now the count is even, 1-1 on Honey Morales. So okay. And Marquez, after a solo homer and a cut on this one, catches a piece of it, fouls it off to the right out of play for strike number 2. 1-2 is your count on Honey Morales. No outs, top of the first, second of a doubleheader. Lovington winning that first one 9-4. So they are 1-0 in district play now. Goddard is looking to get some back and pitching in this one. And a swing and a miss, protecting the plate. Honey Morales catching an outside corner pitch, sending it out of play to the right again. Count remains 1-2. As I get my book caught up as well. Casaus is now on the mound for Goddard. And that's going to be called strike 3 as Morales goes down with a bat on her shoulder. And Lovington can't afford to do that much. So still 1 run in this game so far, and it's the first strikeout as a new pitcher, Casaus, is in for this one. Manzanares was your pitcher for the first game in this doubleheader. And the first one comes in on Kaylee Vega, your pitcher. First pitch is in. And Vega is batting third, but she's a designated player. She's not in the field for this one. She's your winning pitcher from the first game, but she's not only a good pitcher, but she's a good stick for Lovington, one of several reliable hitters that they have. Vega picks up an outside pitch, sends it out. A long fly ball out to center field becomes out number 2, as catching that out in center field was Sandoval, your pitcher. And for this one, for Goddard at least, for starting is Casaus, and Hernandez is catching. So Casaus, Hernandez, your battery for Goddard in this one. And batting and picking up the first hit, the first ball she sees is Delaney Urahara, sending that out foul over to the right side. If she could straighten that out, maybe get on base for Lovington, as Lovington's on the board already with 1 run. That solo homer from Marquez. First pitch of the game. Urahara now with a 1-1 count as she lets that one go by. A little low, calls that a ball. So Delaney Urahara with a 1-1 count. And this top of the first inning, 1 out, or 2 outs rather, a strikeout and a fly out. And this is a well-hit ball, a grounder, gonna find its way as diving over to try to get that at third base was Erica Casaus, I believe. Cannon, not Cannon. Casaus is pitching Cannon. Sorry, my apologies. I knew the the coach's. I'm going to blame it on the coach's handwriting because I knew it started with a C, and I wrote down Casaus, but that's who's pitching. So Erica Cannon in there on third base for Goddard, and Delaney Urahara. Delaney Urahara ended up getting on base. I believe that was a walk and a Curtis and Urahara. But that brings up number 10, Sienna DePorto. The count is 1-1. And that's going to be high for ball number 2. 2-1 the count. As Lovington on the board quickly, but they also have 2 outs on them in this first at-bat of the second game, and that's going to be high and outside, ball 3. So 3-1 the count. And the pitch is going to come in high. Oh, yeah, high and outside, so that's another walk. So 2 on now. DePorto and Urahara at first and second. We're going to have a courtesy runner for DePorto, the catcher, as that they send out number 14. That's Chloe Corral. Chloe Corral to courtesy run at first. And your batter is Annalise Chavarria, your left fielder, and she watches the first pitch go by, and it's a call, strike 1. So 0-1 is your count. With 2 outs, 2 runners on. And she swings at this with the end of her bat, picks it up, and it's going to be a hit out to center field, and on the throw in from center into third base, it's going to score 1 as the courtesy runner, Urahara, comes around and scores and sends the courtesy runner over to third. Chloe Corral over to third base, and Annalise Chavarria is on with a double. As a ball that just fell in, just not playable, not time enough for Sandoval in center to be able to move over and get that ball. And that's going to bring up number 6, Riley Dunlap, to the bat. Chavarria on second, and there's a ball hit right back to the pitcher. It glances off of her glove, then goes out, bounces out to the shortstop, and she throws it over but pulls the first baseman off the bag a little bit. And Dunlap beat out the throw and is going to be safe. So we'll call that an infield single, though, as the ball hit the Casaus' glove in the circle first and then ricocheted off over to shortstop. And she did a nice job of picking that up and trying for the throw. So Dunlap on first. Runners on second and third now. And there's a hit, a long fly ball out to center, and Sandoval drifts back, fights the sun off, and catches that, denying Lovington any more scores this inning, but they do put 3 runs on. And in the bottom of the first inning, we'll head there next with Goddard coming up to bat. It is 3-0, Lovington leading early on in this one, in the second of a doubleheader here in Roswell. We'll be back with more Lady Wildcat softball on the way It's brought to you by Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools. Going on there. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Cats Softball. I'm Dawn Morgan, here from Roswell as the Lady Cats and the Lady Rockets are doing battle. Lovington winning the first of the doubleheader 9-4, starting off the district with a win. 1-0 in district now. They'd like to add another win and get 2-0 in district early on. But Goddard has a little something to say about that as they are coming up to bat. In the top of the first inning, Lovington scored 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors were committed by Roswell. There were 2 left on base. And we go to the bottom of the first inning with number 9, Erica Cannon, your third baseman, coming up to bat as some changes were made in the lineup and on field by the coach. And the first pitch is hit, and coming in to try to get it is Chavarria from left field. But she comes across and cannot grab that in time. A nicely hit ball by Cannon out in shallow left field is going to put her on first base. A good try by Chavarria. She was running full out, had her glove out and ready to try. She was just about a step away from being able to get that in time. That brings up number 8, Alexis Ramirez, the left fielder for Goddard, up with a runner on first and nobody out. Here in the bottom of the first inning, Lovington ahead 3-0 in this one. Alexis Ramirez coming up to the plate, and the first ball on her is a strike, 0-1. She hits the second, but it goes foul. Coming in from third base, Corral fielding that, but it had rolled foul, so it becomes strike number 2. Ramirez coming back to pick up her bat. Cannon still out on first base. After swatting the first pitch that she saw, sending that out to left field. This pitch comes in. It's going to be low for ball number 1. As Urahara on the mound for Lovington now. Vega was your pitcher in the first one, and Delaney Urahara is pitching this one. And she puts a changeup over there, took a lot of speed off of that, and that floater floated a little too high for ball number 2, evens up the count. So 2-2 is your count on Ramirez. And a swing, protect the plate mode, seeing that one coming in a little high, little outside, but she swung, caught the tip of the bat with it, and fouled it back to the screen for strike 2. Count remains 2-2. No outs in this bottom of the first inning. Goddard's first chance to put some scores on the board. And they do have 1 runner on. And a full count on Ramirez now. And this one, a fastball comes in just a little on the inside corner. But Ramirez sends it over. She was a little ahead of that. She pulled it over to the Lovington dugout for a foul ball. So count remains full on her. She stands, she sets up really, her right foot is very close to the home plate. Oh, and a call, strike 3, as Ramirez was looking at that one. And a nice pitch by Urahara down the middle for strikeout number 1. And out number 1 in this top of the first inning. Brings number 2, Juliet Hernandez, the catcher, to the plate. She is batting third in the lineup this time around, and she is standing at the plate with a runner on first that she'd like to move around. And a throw by DePorto down to first base to try to keep Cannon honest, and Cannon stepping back on the bag in time. Hernandez with a 1-0 count. And she hits a grounder to shortstop. Honey Morales knocks it down but loses it between her legs. And that's definitely an E6, as there was time to make that grab and make the throw in time. So a fielding error is going to put Hernandez on first and move Cannon over to second. Again, making a good stop on that. Morales had it, and she just took that for granted, took her eye off the ball a little bit, tried to throw it before she actually had it in her hand, and instead lost it. And a runner is on. So 1 out. That brings Alyssa Linares, the shortstop for Goddard, up to the plate. She wears jersey number 7, and she's standing at the plate with the potential tying run at the plate now. She swings at the first one and catches. I think that hit really close to her hands, down on below the barrel of the bat, and foul tip back off to the right to the screen for strike number 1. As 1 out here in this bottom of the first inning. That pitch comes in. It's going to even things up, 1-1 on Linares. And in that first game, Linares was a reliable hitter. I believe Linares hit every time she was at the plate. She swings at this one, and it's going to be a long fly ball out into left field. That's going to score 1. The throw into third base, not in time, and sliding in time is Hernandez. Hernandez, who reached first on an error, now sits on third, and that's going to be an RBI double for Linares. Out on second base now, Hernandez on third, and Cannon crossed the plate. So Roswell is on the board, 3-1 your score. 1 out in the bottom of the first. KJ Ray, designated player at the bat, watches the first one come in. It's going to be low. It was over the inside corner, but low for ball 1. So KJ again, still just 1 out now, and watches the second one come in just a little high and outside for ball number 2. 2-0 the count on Ray. And she is ahead of this one, way out in front, as she pulled that left foul over to the Lovington dugout. So strike number 1 on her. 2-1 your count. 1 away. That first out was a strikeout by Urahara. Vega was your winning pitcher in that first game. Urahara starting in this second one. Vega staying in the game as a designated player, batting only. This pitch comes in again, low and inside for ball 3. 3-1 is going to be your count on KJ Ray, your first baseman. Well, she's a designated player in this game. She played first in the first game. She takes a swing and a cut at that one, sends it out of play, out beyond in the parking lot, outside of the Lovington dugout. So the count is now full on KJ Ray. And she's batting in the same spot. And this one, she sends, and I believe that's going to be a foul ball. Yes, just barely. as she hits that down the third base line, and it hit in front of the bag barely. That simply is counted as a strike, and that keeps the count full, 3-2 on KJ Ray. Runners on second and third for Goddard. She hits this one. It's going to be a little pop foul. It's going to land near the Lovington dugout. Corral showing good hustle and almost makes it. She heads over to the right to the fence, runs out of room to be able to get. So still a full count as KJ Ray hanging tough at the bat. Udahata wants to outlast her. And a swing and another foul out of play to the left. She pulled that one too. She's really in front of Udahata. Udahata doesn't have quite the speed that Vega does. Udahata has several pitches and pretty good control of the ball. She is generally the number 2 pitcher for Lovington. And a fastball comes in, a swing and a hit. A line drive shot out to shallow left will score 1. So Goddard has another run scored. That's Hernandez coming in. That is not an earned run, as she got on base on an error and got around and now has crossed the plate. But it is an RBI single for Ray. So an RBI single with a line drive out to left field. Brings up Manzanares. And the first pitch, swing, and tips it. Coming over, hustling from first is Olguin, and also DePorto goes out for it. DePorto is a catcher who doesn't like to throw her mask. So she often, and she does a good job of getting the fielding the gettable pops, but it's rare for her to throw her mask off. And a swing and a miss. So strike 2 on Manzanares. She was your pitcher, the losing pitcher in the first game, moving over to play first base in this second game of the doubleheader. So a runner on first. And there is a high fly ball, and coming over to catch that from center is Marquez. So Manzanares gives it a ride, gives it a shot, but Marquez denies her. So the fly out to center field is your third out. And that ends the first inning. But Goddard manages to put 2 runs on the board in that one. So 2 runs on 3 hits. 2 runs on 3 hits. 1 error committed by Lovington. And 1 left on base. So we go to the top of the second inning. Your score is 3-2. We've got a close one as Lovington coming up to bat. It will be the bottom of their order with number 13, Angelina Corral. Your third baseman coming up to bat, followed by Olguin, and then back up to the top of the order with Marquez. So we go to the top of the second inning. Your score 3-2. Lovington is leading. We'll be back with more Lady Wildcat softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And we are back with more Lovington Lady Wildcats softball action from Roswell as it's Lovington versus Goddard. And we are here at the top of the first inning. Oh, top of the second inning. I'm sorry. I'm thinking two and saying one. And that was the bottom of the order. That was O'Geen, who hit a fly out, but drifting over to catch that on the left was the shortstop. And Marcus was called out. And now showing bunt, and that is Honey Morales showing bunt. And she does bunt, but it's a sac bunt. It does move the runner around. As Marcus was able, actually Marcus got on base, or Marcus hit a single. And now she moves to second. So a sac bunt becomes the second out, and it brings Kaylee Vega up to bat. Vega smacks one out to center field. It rolls to the fence. And Vega runs for second, and they missed the tag on her. It was close. They missed the tag, so Vega with a stand-up double. A well-hit ball. She was due. She's been getting wood on the ball, but she's been had a lot of flies that have been caught in that first game and this second one as well. So finally, she hit one out that was not catchable out of the field, and it came very close. Kaylee Vega is a pitcher that's rare to find. She's also a good hitter, and she's capable of sending a lot of homers out of play, out of the field. 11 Delaney Urahara is at bat now for Lovington, and the count on her is going to be 2 balls and no strikes as I catch my scoring bug up. 2 balls, no strikes. And 2 outs. And Lovington with a 1-run lead in this one. It's going to be a walk as Urahara takes first base. So runners on first and second, although I think there's going to be a courtesy runner. There will be out for Urahara. That is number 12. That is Daphne Urahara running as Delaney Urahara, your pitcher in this one, gets a courtesy runner. So runners on first and second for Lovington. That brings up number 10, Sienna DePorta at the bat. First pitch gets away from the catcher. Actually, I think that was a wild pitch. And that is going to move Vega over to third. So she gets to third on a wild pitch. And that also moves the courtesy runner, Urahara, over to second. So Lovington now with runners at second and third. Sienna DePorto at the plate. She's got a 2-2 count on her. And she hits a long fly ball. It's going. It's out of the park. That's out of the park. It's going to be a 3 RBI homer for Sienna DePorto, the catcher for Lovington. So 3 RBI is going to stretch out Lovington's lead. It is now 6-2 with 7 to 2. Okay. Thank you. 7-2 is your score. I missed filling in one of my squares here. So I'm filling that in right now. 7-3 is your score. And it's going to bring Annalise Chavarria, your left fielder, up to bat now. And she hits the first pitch she sees. And a well-hit ball, a sharply hit ball out between short and third, out into left field. So she is on with a single after DePorto cleaned off the bases with her 3 RBI home run. And this one is going to be out. So Riley Dunlap creating the third out as I catch my book up and scoring bugs and everything that I'm doing here. All right, so we have finally the end of that inning as Goddard sees it. I'm sure they're happy to be out of that one as Lovington scores 4 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. No errors committed and 1 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the second inning. Your score is 7-2. Lovington leading. It'll be Yali Arellanes up, your right fielder up first, followed by Dutra and Sandoval. So the bottom of the order due up for Goddard as they're going to look to get some runs back, and Lovington wants to get them down and out as quickly as possible. They've got a commanding lead in this one, but this has the feel. This game is starting off and has the feel of a hitter's game. So we could see a lot of runs put on the board in this one, maybe. We could have a high-scoring football score in this baseball game. Speaking of football, we found out that the final score, NMMI lost to Iowa Central 23-14. 23-14. That was your final score with a couple of Roswell athletes on that NMMI team. So I'm sure they gave it a good run. They were leading that game, a lot of that game, and then ended up losing that really in the fourth quarter. So coming back to this one as we have softball to play, the second of a doubleheader. We're into the bottom of the second inning already. A lot of runs on the board. Number 6, Yali Arellanes, your right fielder, up to bat. And the first pitch is a call, strike 1. So some discussion up here about the worthiness of that pitch being called a strike, but he's the man in blue hanging over the plate, so we go with him on this one. The second pitch comes in, and it's evened up. 1 ball, 1 strike. As no outs here in the bottom of the second inning. And we now have 7-2 as your score. Lovington leading, so I've got my score bug. Everything you see on your video screen is up to date now. Arellanes, looking at this one, it's going to be high. And that's going to even the count 2-2. So 2-2 on Arellanes. Goddard looking to get something started here in the bottom of the second, getting some of those runs back, while Lovington wants to shut him down and get back in the dugout to hopefully do another bat around. And that ball comes in, full count, 3-2. Arellanes getting set. Oh, and she's going to get hit by a pitch on this one, as that comes in and hits her left arm, puts her on first base. It's the first hit by pitch of this game. We actually had, I think we had one hit by pitch in the first game, and Vega actually was the pitcher who did that. Of course, Vega also struck out like 9 and only walked 1 in that first game too. And coming up to bat, number 1, Presley Dutra. First pitch in is a strike, 0-1 on Dutra. And she hits this one, and it's going to find its way through between first and shortstop. A grounder, a nice hot hit, as stretching out for that. Trying to grab that was Hernandez, but she couldn't get her glove. She was still a step or so away of that one. It goes out. Dunlap picks that up, throws that in, and we've got runners at first and second as Dutra has a single. First one, Ariana sitting on second, hit by pitch. And then Dutra with a single. And then it brings up number 3, Alexis Sandoval. And she hits the first pitch she sees. And it's going to be a little soft line drive out to Hernandez. Hernandez has to move forward and grab that on the run. She tries to catch Arianes off base, but doesn't. So it simply becomes the first out in this inning. So with one out, that brings up the top of the lineup again. And Erica Cannon grabs the first one she sees and hits a long ball out to far left field. And that's going to score 2. So Cannon with a 2 RBI double. Sitting on second now after hitting in Arianes. Arianes was hit by pitch. That's not an earned run. And then Dutra, who got on base with a single, she came across the plate. And Cannon with a 2 RBI double with that long hit out to left field brings up Alexis Ramirez. And she hits the first pitch she sees. It's knocked down by Corral, who makes the throw in time. Nice play by Corral there at third to knock that down. And 5-3 in your scorebook for the second out. But still sitting on second is Erica Cannon in scoring position for Goddard. That brings up number 2, Juliet Hernandez, who is the catcher to the plate. She got on an error by the shortstop her last time. She hits this one, a grounder right to Corral at third. And for the second play in a row, Corral picks it up, fires it to first in time for out number 3. That ends the inning, but Goddard did some damage as they score 2 runs on 2 hits. And there were no errors committed by Lovington. And there was 1 left on base. So 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on base. And we go to the top of the third inning. Lovington coming up to bat. And your score is now 7-4. Coming up to bat will be number 13, Angelina Corral. Then number 9, Jocelyn Ogin. And then the top of the lineup, number 3, Avery Marquez. So it's Ogin Hernandez, or Ogin, actually Corral Ogin Marquez is your batter. You're on deck and in the hole. And Lovington Lady Wildcats softball is brought to you by some great sponsors. I want to say thank you very much to Bob Swiftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools. I'm Dawn Morgan. You're listening to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball on No Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. After winning the first game of the doubleheader, 7-4, Lovington in somewhat of a tight battle, and this looks like kind of a slugfest. Or it's a little early to maybe say that, but in the first couple of innings, we have plenty of hitting and scoring going on by both teams. As your score is now 7-4, and I'm pretty sure I need to update my score bug on the video screen that you're seeing. So let me do that quickly before the first batter comes up. As it's 7-4 your score now, and we are in the top of the third inning. And your first batter standing up and hitting out to right field. So that is Angelina Corral with a single out to right. And that's going to bring up Jocelyn Olguin batting in the 9th position. Olguin, your first baseman for Lovington. She hit a fly to shortstop last time. And she squares away to bunt at this one, hits it. It goes foul for strike number 1. So no outs. We are in the top of the 3rd inning. A swing and a miss as Olguin's bat was about a foot too short to reach that one. Strike number 2. No outs here. Top of the 3rd inning. Lovington leading this one 7-4. Corral sits on first. Olguin at the plate. She looks at that one. It's outside for ball number 1. So 1-2 is your count on Olguin. And she hits just the end of her bat, kind of gets the very tip of her bat on that one in plate protection mode with 2 strikes on her. She knew that one was going to be close. And I think she kind of has a tendency to chase the outside ball just a little bit, but she did spoil that one and stay alive at the plate. And this one comes in. It's going to be ball number 2. A throw down by Hernandez does not get Corral. She scrambles back safely. 2-2 your count on Jocelyn Olguin. And this is going to come in and be fouled off. Count remains 2-2. Olguin did not bat the first game of this doubleheader. She was the flex player playing first, so she's in the batting lineup the first time today. She's 0 for 1, and she hits this one really way behind that as Casals brought the heat, and it would have been a called strike, I think, over the outside corner. It was a nice pitch, and Olguin catching it just enough of it to stay alive at the bat. So Olguin looking for her first hit today and her second plate appearance, and she hits a little pop, and that's going to be coming in to grab that is Dutra at second base. So Olguin with a little chop swing pops out to the second baseman for the first out, and Corral stays on first. So with 1 out, 1 on, top of the order coming up, number 3, Avery Marquez, your center fielder. Marquez looking at that first one. It's outside for ball number 1. And she picks this one up, a solid hit. A nice fly ball out between center and left field. Sandoval picks that one up and makes a nice throw in to the third base. But it is going to be a beautiful stand-up double for Marquez. She's not the leadoff hitter for nothing, as she stood up and hit an out-of-the-park home run the first pitch she saw of this second game. She added a single to that up. She's 3 for 3. Bringing up number 4, Honey Morales, your shortstop. Let's see, is there going to be a change? Is something? Coach McCraw comes out, and they're getting the third base back on. So a long, nicely hit stand-up double for Marquez. And it moves Corral over to third. Corral sits on third. Marquez is on second. 1 out, and that brings up Morales to the plate. As they are re-anchoring second base, too. Some of these slides into the bases, making them just a little wobbly, so they're cleaning them off and getting them re-anchored for safety's sake. Runners at second and third for Lovington. 1 out. Top of the 3rd inning. This is a slugfest and a score fest so far early on, as your score is 7-4. Lovington is threatening to add some runs to that with the runners at second and third. Morales up. She had a sac bunt her last time, struck out her first time at the plate, And she swings and misses at this one. Chases an outside pitch as Casals with a nice little breaking ball. I think it would have been outside and not a call strike. This one comes in, though, brings the heat over the plate, but too low, and becomes ball number 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike, your count on Morales. Morales is 0 for 2. And this one comes in outside. This time Morales lets it go. And that's going to be three balls and 1 strike. So 3-0 the count on Morales. Runners at second, third for Lovington. They would like to add to their score. They probably need to pad it a bit. And that's going to be ball 4. Called ball. It's a walk. And that puts Morales at first and loads the bases for none other than Kaylee Vega. She's your pitcher. She had a stand-up double her last time at the plate. She's been hitting long fly balls that until her last plate appearance had been caught. She, in that first game, Vega was 0 for 4 as she hit a couple of long fly balls to center field. She is capable of out-of-the-park homers for sure. She's a hitting pitcher. She signed 2 years ago with Stephen F. Austin University in Nacogdoches, Texas, and she'll be heading off. She will be heading off. She has graduated. Lovington has held their graduation ceremony already, but Vega will finish out the season, of course, on the mound for Lovington. And when she is not playing, she is a designated player usually, staying in the lineup. As we have a timeout. Coach Zamora of Goddard out to talk to his girls on the mound. Bases loaded, and we have a pitching change. A pitching change in this one as coming back into pitch is going to be Valeria Manzanares, who pitched the first game for Lovington. So she's had a little bit of rest. She's had a little bit of a rest between games and a couple of innings in this one. She'll be coming back in relief for Casals. She's had some warm-up pitches. And she's in the circle for Goddard. Pitching to Kaylee Vega with bases loaded. She brings the heat and hits the inside corner for strike 1. So I get my scoring bug adjusted, if I can get it adjusted. It's not cooperating with me. And this one, swing and a miss. Strike 2, 0-2 on Vega. 1 out. And bases loaded for Lovington. Goddard looking to get out of the jam and get in the dugout. Lovington would like nothing more than to add to the padding as they are up on this one 7-4. Looking to break things open in this inning, though. Coach Zamora saying, nope, let's make a change and see if we can change the trajectory of this game. Oh, and spoiling that one off to the right. Vega catches the end of it, catches the ball on the end of her bat. So protecting the plate on that one with 2 strikes on her. 0-2 is the count, or 1-2 is the count now. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 1 out. Lovington leading this one 7-4. The potential go-ahead run at the plate. And Vega is going to get, and they get the lead runner. So Vega hitting a little grounder that's picked up and fielded by your first baseman. So Vega gets thrown out Vega takes the base on a fielder's choice, that is. So Vega on a fielder's choice, but they get the lead runner and keep Lovington from scoring. So good softball basics there, as 3-2 for out number 2. And that is going to bring up Delaney Urahara to the bats. And the first pitch comes in high for ball number 1. Urahara walked her first 2 times at the plate this game and ended up scoring both times. And she connects with this one. It's a long fly ball and it's out of the park. Another grand slam home run, and with one swing, Delaney Urahara has made this an 11-4 game for Lovington. 11-4, your score. 4 RBI out of the park homer for Urahara. And she hit that one just between right and center field. Going away. Lots of room. It wasn't like it was barely over. So Urahara increasing Lovington's lead. That's going to bring up number 10, Sienna DePorto, the catcher, to the plate. DePorto hit a 3 RBI home run her last time up. She also walked her first time and scored a run for Lovington. The first pitch into her is 1-1. So I'm adjusting the score bug that you see on the screen. We are here in the top of the 3rd inning as Lovington has broken it open. And with 2 outs, there's a well-hit ball, and it's a fair ball. It was in fair territory when it passed third base. Ended up going into foul territory, but it was a fair ball when it was hit, when it passed over. So DePorto with a sharply hit ball puts her on first. I think we'll have a courtesy runner. We usually do for DePorto when she reaches base as a catcher. She has a courtesy runner in for her. As, yes, here comes Coach McCraw. Oh, and we'll see who comes out to courtesy run for her. It looks like it's going to be number 20? Number 20, Myra Castro? I think that's number 20, Myra Castro. Castro played basketball and volleyball. I remember seeing her, as we called both of those sports during the seasons for Lovington. And up to the plate is Annalie Chavarria, your left fielder for Lovington. She singled her last time up. She doubled her first time at bat. She is 2 for 2. It's her 3rd plate appearance. And this one's going to come in high. Struggling with the screen on the score bug. And she gets a piece of this and a grounder, a little hot shot going out to shortstop. And just a little too hot to handle, as it's a bobble just a little bit. But she does stop that, and I think that's definitely going to be an E6 that puts Annalie Chavarria on first base. It does move over the courtesy runner for DePorto in second. That is Castro out there. Coming up to the plate. This is not Dunlap at the plate. Who is this? Right. That would be Honey Morales, number 4. Okay, at 14. That's it. Yeah, 14. And a swing and a foul ball as number 14 is Chloe Corral. Chloe Corral batting for Riley Dunlap. And Chloe Corral at bat. 2 balls, 1 strike on her. And now high and outside. So I've got 3-1 count on her. With a runner at first and second for Lovington. They scored 3 in this inning. And there's a ball, a high fly ball. It's going to fall in front of the left fielder. And it is going to score 1 from third. As a courtesy runner for DePorto crosses the plate. And that moves Chavarria over to second. And Corral on first with a single. A single out to left field, single fly. And this ball is hit on the ground as number 13, Angelina Corral, hits it to third, and she touches the bag, so 5 unassisted. Ends the inning, the third out, as Lovington batted around in that one, and they put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs on the board. 5 runs on the board, and they make it 12-4. So we go to the bottom of the third inning, and your score is 12-4. Lovington is leading this one. We'll see what Goddard does with their at-bat, and we'll be back with more Lovington Lady Cat softball in this second game of the doubleheader on No Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And we're back with more Lady Wildcat softball action on No Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. In the top of the third inning, Lovington scored 5 runs on 5 hits. Roswell committed 1 error, and there was 1 left on base. And we go to the bottom of the third inning. And Goddard coming up to bat with Alyssa Lenatus, your batter. And she was hit by pitch. So she takes first base, and that brings up number 12, KJ Ray, to the bat. KJ Ray, as I get my score bug completely caught up. And she hits the first ball she sees. It's going to go out. It's a fair ball hit in deep left, very close to the foul line, but it is a fair ball, and that's going to be a single and put KJ Ray on first and move Lenatus over to second. So a single for Ray.
15, Valerie Manzanares.
And that brings up number 15, Valerie Manzanares, who was your pitcher in the first game. And she came in relief in the last inning, back in the circle. And now comes up to bat. She hit a fly to center field her first time at bat. So she is 0 for 1 in this game, and she hits the first one. It's a little pop. And coming over to grab that is Morales from shortstop. She ends up catching it really right in front of Hernandez at second base. But a nice catch as Morales followed that one. And Hopping out
Number 6.
to the shortstop, number 6 is Manzanares. The first out in this bottom of the third inning. And the first pitch that is thrown to Yali Arenas is hit over to third base. And touching third base unassisted is Corral. So 5 unassisted. And reaching first base on a fielder's choice is Arellana. As 5 unassisted for the second out. And that brings up number 1, Presley Dutra, hitting number in the 8th slot in this game. She was the leadoff batter in the first game. She plays second base. She bats from the left side, and that's going to be high and outside for a ball. Ball 2 on Dutra. So 2 outs. Roswell not scoring in this one so far. Not scoring in this at-bat, that is. As Lovington able to cut the lead runner off with that last play. Runners on first and second for Goddard. And this is going to be a strike as Udahara took a little off of that, hit the outside corner. And this comes in right down the pike. A beautiful ball to throw, a beautiful strike. And it is 2-2 now, your count. 3-2. Your count is full on Dutra now. And she hits this one, a fly, a little pop-up, and Corral gets under that one pretty easily. So a nice fielding, nice defensive work by Lovington to keep Goddard scoreless. In the bottom of the third inning, there were no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. And we go to the top of the 4th inning. Lovington winning this one 12-4. We'll be back with more Lady Cat softball on No Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And we're back with more Lovington Lady Wildcat softball as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Lovington coming back up to that. They batted around last time and then some. And starting things off is number 9, number 23. We have number 23 in the game batting for Jocelyn O'Gean. That is Barraza. So Barraza is hit by pitch. He's going to take first base. So batting for O'Gean at first base is Barraza, hit by pitch. And she takes first base. So a wild pitch by Manzanares. Manzanares pitched the first game. She came out, did not start this game, but she came in relief in that 3rd inning. And she is facing a batter and Marquez hitting over to third. And they cut off the lead runner. So that ball fielded 5-4. And then the first, they did not get that throw in time to turn the double play, but still they do cut the lead runner, and Marquez is on a fielder's choice. So Barraza was called out. And for number 4, Honey Morales is up to bat. The throw down to second is not in time, and Marquez steals second. So on a stolen base, Marquez in scoring position for Lovington. They are up in this one. They lead this one 12-4 here in the top of the 4th inning. Number 4, Honey Morales at bat. She swings at an outside pitch. It's a high pop fly coming in to get that from right field. That is being fielded by Arellanes out in right field. So Arellanes with the catch. Fly to 9 in your scorebook for the second out, and that brings up number 1, Kaylee Vega, up to the plate. Your designated player. She hits a grounder to the shortstop, who picks it up and throws it in easily. 6-3. That was Linares at shortstop, and that's the third out, and that ends the at-bat for Lovington. They come up 4 up, 3 down. And there were no runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 left on. So the score remains 12-4, and we're going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Lovington leading this 12-4. Roswell with another chance to put some more runs on the board, and it will be up to Alexis Sandoval to get things started. On deck will be Cannon and then Ramirez. So Sandoval, Cannon, Ramirez. And we'll be back with more Lovington Lady Cats softball, brought to you by our sponsors, Lovington Schools, Lovington Auto Supply, Lee County Electric, General Welding, First American Bank of Lovington, Empire Services, Devon Energy, and Bob's Thriftway. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors, their support of Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. I'm Dawn Morgan with the second of a doubleheader, Lovington versus Goddard in Roswell. We're halfway through this one. Lovington won the first one 9-4 for their first district win of the season. They would like to close this one out, but there's a lot of softball left to play in this one. And we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Alexis Sandoval coming up to the plate. Sandoval popped out to the second baseman her first time up. She's 0 for 1. This is her second plate appearance in the game. She hits the first one she sees. She fouls it back, spins it back out of play to the right of the press box for strike number 1. So 0-1 is your count on Sandoval. In the first game, in the first game, Sandoval hit a single, struck out, and grounded out twice. So she was 1 of 4 in that first game. Now in this one. Swings and swats at this one, but it's going to go foul. Long fly ball that trails off over there to the left beyond the bullpen. So Alexis with a couple of strikes on her. So your count is what? 1 and 2 on her. Ooh. And the Roswell faithful thought that was a strike. Sandoval, or the Lovington faithful thought that was a strike. This pitch is hit. Oh, and stretching out Morales at shortstop. She got a glove on it, but she stretched out trying to get to catch that one and just missed it. It got on the end of her glove, but she gave it everything she had. And that's going to be an infield hit. An infield single for Sandoval, puts her at first base.
Number 9, Erica Canning.
As that was just a little, that ball hung up in the air for quite a while. Just took a little too much time to develop. Sandoval on first, and that brings up Erica Cannon back up to the top of the order, I believe. And the first pitch, she fouls it back for strike number 1. Nobody out, runner on first. We're here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Goddard is trailing 12-4. One runner on, infield, and swung on, and a little pop. Oh, and almost a great play. Oh, really on her horse, coming over from third base. Number 13, Angelina Corral. And she had to run full out for a foul pop that was really near the screen. DePorto really could not, she was running for it too. Nobody got it. Just becomes a long strike, and there's a ball to go with it. So 1-2 the count. This pitch comes in, swung on, and again another foul ball, but this one, Corral catches it. She drifts over just a bit to be able to catch it, makes the play, and then she throws to second, and that really was kind of an ill-advised throw, as there was no way that she was going to be able to catch Sandoval, and instead the pass ball, a throwing error, puts Sandoval on third. So unfortunately, a nice job over there to put Cannon out with that pop 5, followed up by a bad throw, but still first out, and that just means 1 out, but the runner on third now. Sandoval sitting on third in scoring position for Goddard, and a throw down to third to try to keep her there as she scrambles back safely. But a nice play, and this ball, is hit, and a fly is gonna score as Ramirez hits the first pitch she sees, and it's a fly ball that hits just right at the shoelaces of Chavarria out in left field, and she just can't quite get to it, and it goes in and out of her glove. So a single RBI for Ramirez puts her on first and scores Sandoval from third. And the first pitch to Juliet Hernandez, the catcher, is going to be low for ball 1. So 1-0 is your count. So 1 out in this bottom of the 4th inning, as Roswell scored another run. It's 12-5 now, and this pitch is going to be high and outside, and that's going to be a 2-1 count on Hernandez now. So 2 strikes, 1 ball, 1 runner on first base. Lovington just needs to work on each out, and this one is hit, a little pop. It's going to go right to Hernandez at second base. So Hernandez reaching up and getting that one. 2 outs now. 1 runner on. Ramirez stands at first. It brings up number 7, Alyssa Linares, your shortstop.
Number 7, Alyssa Linares.
Linares has been a very capable hitter in both the first game and the second one. As she swings at the first one, she sees. She doesn't waste any time at the bat. She swings at the first one often if it's a good hittable ball. She doesn't rack up many. The count on her, pitch count doesn't get very high. The batter count doesn't get very high on her. She was hit by a pitch her last time up and was thrown out. And then she hit an RBI double her first time at the plate today. So she's 1 for 2. And that ball comes in high and outside. So 2 balls and 1 strike on Linares. With 2 outs in this one. And there's a ball high. So 3-1 your count on Linares now. 12-5 your score. Lovington is leading this one here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Second game of a doubleheader. She picks that one up, kind of a golf shot, and sends that out to shallow left field. Chavarria comes in on it and is able to stop that and throw that in. So it's going to be a single, a little line drive shot out to left field.
Now batting, number 12, K.J. Ray.
That's going to move, Ramirez goes to second, Linares on first, and number 12, K.J. Ray, now your first baseman, coming up to bat. She is 2 for 2. She had an RBI single her first time up and then a single her last time. And she swings at the first pitch she sees and fouls it back to the screen. So strike 1 on Ray. Oh, and 1 the count with 2 outs, 2 runners on, first and second. Goddard threatening here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and the ball comes in high for ball 1. So the count is even on Ray, 1-1. Roswell trailing by 7. They need to put some scores on the board here. That's high for ball number 2. Lovington would like nothing better than to go ahead and get this third out, get back to the dugout, and try to put some more scores, some more runs on for themselves. And there's the ball is hit out to left field, and it's a single as it's Chavarria gets to it and is able to stop it.
Now batting,
and
number 15.
Holding up though at third, being a little conservative. Just ends up moving runners around. So a little fly out to left field. A single, another hit as Roswell's piecing together hits. Then they just need to turn them into runs from their viewpoint. Lovington wants to turn those into outs if they can. As the bases are loaded now. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Valerie Manzanares at the plate. Manzanares back in as pitcher, coming in relief in this game. She pitched the first game, complete game. And that comes in, it's going to be high for ball number 2. As no strikes, 2 balls, 2 outs, bases loaded as Lovington, the girls, looks like DePorto called for a little mound visit. And all the infield comes in to talk about things just to make sure they know what they'll do. With 2 outs, there's a force on any base, of course. As they'll break up the visit, get back to their positions now. 1 run, Roswell has scored 1 run has come across the plate in this inning so far, but bases are loaded. They trail by 7, but this has been a hit fest and a run fest. We're just in the bottom of the 4th inning, and your score is 12-5. And a ball comes in high for ball number 1, or ball number 3, that is. And you don't want to, Udahara runs the risk of walking one in. You don't want to walk a run in. You don't want to give him anything when you're in this position. Got to throw a strike, and she did. So the take sign on, you've got to feel for Manzanares. So 3-1 is now your count. Bases loaded, 2 outs. And she hits this one. It's going to be just a little pop fly, an infield fly caught easily by Morales at shortstop, and that ends the inning and ends the threat by Roswell. They do manage to get 1 run across, but they leave the bases loaded, and they do get 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 run on 4 hits, no errors committed, and 3 left on base. So we are going to go to the top of the 5th inning. Lovington coming up to bat. We'll be back more with Lovington Lady Wildcat softball action, brought to you by Bob Swiftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools, our sponsors. Thank you very much for your support of Lovington Athletics and Lady Cats softball. I'm Dawn Morgan with more Lady Cat softball coming up on Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And back in Roswell for more Lady Wildcats softball, as we are here in the top of the 5th inning. Lovington coming up to bat. They lead this one 12-5. And up at bat first is Delaney Udahara. She hits a chopper over to third base, easily handled and thrown over for the first out, as Udahara going back to the dugout. But she's had a good ball game as she walked her first couple of times up at the plate. She hit a 4 RBI home run her 3rd time at the plate. Is responsible. She has crossed the plate 3 times. And that brings up number 10, Sienna DePorto. Oh, and DePorto hits it out of the park. Wow. And for DePorto, Sienna, that's her 2nd homer of the game. It's a single homer, but her 2nd home run of the game. And Lovington is now up 13-5 in this one. So 13-5 is your score with 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. Annalise Chavarria will be your batter next. She's number 7, playing left field. And by the way, we have a scoring update here while we're playing the doubleheader softball here in Roswell. Goddard boys are playing baseball at Lovington. And in the bottom of the 4th inning, Goddard is destroying Lovington 21-1. So our Lovington boys not having a lot of luck against Goddard in that one. And at this at bat, Annalise Chavarria hitting the ball. It's thrown over to first, and a throwing error is going to send her over to second. They throw to third to make sure she doesn't take that base, but a throwing error puts her on second base. Chavarria in scoring position for Lovington, and that brings up number 14, Chloe Corral, in for Riley Dunlap in right field with one out. And Lovington with one run so far in this one. And the first pitch is going to be high and outside for ball number 1. And this one is hit. It's a pop foul, and coming over, good hustle. Coming over from first base is Ray to make the grab. So a foul pop caught by the first baseman is out number 2 in this one. Your runner stays on second. That's Chavarria out there in scoring position for Lovington, but they're down to their final out in this at-bat. Coming up is number 13, Angelia Corral, your third baseman in the game today. She hit a single her first time up and hit into an out. She was thrown out by the third baseman her second time up. She's 1 for 2 today. She watches the first pitch come in, and it's a floater, but it crosses the plate, and it's a call, strike 1. So 0-1 is the count against Corral. As I need to get my bug up to date. So 1-1 is your count in this top of the 5th inning. And 14-5 is your score here. And there's a wild pitch that Hernandez tries to grab, but it gets past her. And on the wild pitch, Chavarria takes third base. So sitting on third is Chavarria. 2 outs. Corral at the bat. A 2-1 count on her now. And she swings and misses. That was kind of a little excuse me late swing. And that's going to bring the count to even 2-2. Corral would like to bat her teammate in and increase Lovington's lead. Of course, Goddard wants to get this out. And that's going to come in high and outside for ball number 3. The count is full. It's full on Corral now. This pitch is hit. A long ball out to center field. It's out of the park. So another home run by Lovington. That's a 2 RBI homer. A long hit ball, almost dead center, just to the right of center, out of the park. That's the 3rd home run that has been hit today. And that scores Chavarria from third. Corral touching them all and bringing Barraza up to the plate now. 2 outs, little 2-out rally going by Lovington here. And that increases their lead. 16-5 your score now. First pitch coming in to Barraza is a ball. So 1-0 is your count. Cleaned off the bases. And there's a hit off the end of the bat. It's a little slow grounder. It's going to go over to second base, be picked up and fielded 4-3 for out number 3. But not before Lovington does some damage and scores 3 more runs. So 3 runs. 3 runs on 2 hits. One error, a fielding error committed by a Roswell, throwing error. and nobody left on base. So in the top of the 5th inning, 3 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, nobody left on. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th inning with Goddard coming up to bat. It'll be Arianes, Dutra, and Sandoval coming up the bottom of the order for Goddard, as they've got some ground to make up. But they have been hitting well and scoring in this game. We'll see what they can do. Lovington wants to shut them down and claim the second game of a doubleheader. But we have a couple more innings and at-bats for Goddard. So we will see what they can do with more Lovington Lady Cat softball action here on One Radio Square Sports and No Walmart Broadcasting, No Walmart Digital. And we're back with more Lovington Lady Wildcat softball action here in Roswell as we go to the bottom of the inning, the bottom of the 5th inning, with the top of the order. Back up at bat is Cannon, and she hits that one, but it goes foul off to the left. Your count on her is now 1-2. So it's number 6. 6, Yali Arianes. Yali Arianes with a 1-2 count. I don't know why I said Cannon, but Yali Arianes first up. So 2-2 is now your count. Yeah. As I said before, Arianes, Dutra, and Sandoval, your first 3 batters, and a strike. So Arianes goes down, a strikeout for the first out in this inning. And that brings up Presley Dutra, your second baseman.
Now batting, number 1, Presley Dutra.
So Dutra coming up to the plate. And she swings and slaps that one way in front of it. It's going to go foul just barely. It was a sharply hit ball down the first base line and went foul just in front of the bag. So it becomes strike 1 on Dutra. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 16-5 your score. Lovington leading in the second of a doubleheader. And that pitch comes in, and it is a call. Strike 2. Good pitch on the outside of the plate. Dutra is a left-handed batter. So 0-2 is the count on Dutra with 1 out. And she swings and catches the end of this. It's going to be a slow roller that gets past Ogeen. Ogeen was playing very close in, and coming up to back her up was Hernandez, and she could not get there in time. She gets a glove down close to it, but it goes past her. So that's going to be an infield single for Dutra and put her at first. Alexis Sandoval coming to the plate now. Number 3, she is a center fielder. With a runner out on first, that's Dutra. She's got a lot of speed. Dutra is quick. So Roswell probably, Coach Zamora is going to look to try to send her around any way he can, as quickly as he can. And there's a well-hit ball between short and third base. And I just talked about how speedy Dutra is. Well, she saw that opportunity, and she made it all the way to third on that. So, again, a nicely hit ball that went between short and third base. Becomes a single, and Sandoval took second base on the throw. So 2 singles back-to-back, runners at second and third. And brings up Erica Cannon to the plate. Even though Sandoval ended up on second base, I really think she went to second on the throw. I wouldn't call that a double. And here's gonna be, I know, some would. And that's gonna be a foul ball for a strike. And another hit almost in the same place. Pulls it all the way over to the left. Had a lot of sizzle to it. So 2 runners on at second and third. I always like to see what some of the reaction is. And that's going to be a fair ball hit over to third base. Corral picks it up and makes the throw to first in time. Then they throw it home, not in time. So Dutra will score. Dutra will cross the plate. And Sandoval moves over to third. And Cannon is thrown out 5-3 at first for the second.
Now batting, number 8.
Out. So 2 outs in this.
Ramirez.
2 outs for Goddard. Brings up Alexis Ramirez to the plate. And that is a call. That is a strike. Strike 1. So 2 outs. And the next one is a ball. Evens up the count, 1-1. So 1-1 your count. On Ramirez, 2 outs in this one, but Goddard did score, and they've got a runner at third. And this one, way out in front of that, pulls it all the way to the left, down the third base line. Becomes strike number 2. And by the way, I have changed my mind on that scoring Sandoval with that double. Having a little fun with that. So an infield single in this at bat and a double by Sandoval. Of course, Dutra ended up crossing the plate. Sandoval sitting on third, and Ramirez would like to bring her in. Lovington would like to get her out and get back to the dugout. So 2 outs in this one. 16-5 is your score. And a well-hit ball. It's high. It's a fly. Coming in on it is Marquez for the grab, and she does make it the third out. So a fly out to center field ends the at-bat for Roswell. They do manage to score a run. 1 run on 2 hits, and they leave 2 on base. So we are going to go to the top of the 6th inning, and your score is 16-6 now. 16-6 is your score as I adjust our score bug and get you zeroed out on that. Top of the 6th inning coming up, and it is going to be the top of the order for Lovington. Marquez, Morales, Vega, your first three as Lovington is ahead, well in hand in this one. The second game of a doubleheader. They won the first one 9-4. And Lovington Lady Cats softball is brought to you by Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank, Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools. I'm Dawn Morgan, having a good time with you in this second of a doubleheader in Roswell. Beautiful day for softball. We understand the Lovington boys are getting beaten. Goddard dominating that first game. We had a bottom of the fourth inning score, 21-1 that came in, and that was the first game. The doubleheader for the boys originally was scheduled to be like the girls at 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., but we got a call from Lovington's athletic director during the storm last night, and he said that the game was being moved back. The first one, they needed some time for that field in Lovington to dry out. So they moved the games back to 1 and 3 instead of 11-1. So that was that score coming in from the first game. We're here in the top of the 6th in this one, though, as this field looks like it's in good shape. I didn't really see any standing water coming into town. I know Carlsbad, Artesia, and most of central and northern Lee County got really smacked by thunderstorms, strong storms, lots of warnings, lots of hail, and lots of water on fields, I'm sure, for everybody today. At the bat, Marquez swinging, sending it off to the left foul for a strike. Top of the 6th. And this one comes in. A catch at the outside corner for call, strike 2. So 0-2. Well, she struck her out. That was the third pitch. I missed the first one. I was too busy talking. So strike out for the first out. Bring to the plate, number 4, Honey Morales. So Marquez, an unusual, she's the leadoff hitter. And she was 3 for 4 coming into that. Now 3 for 5 at the plate today. Morales cutting at that one, sends it off foul to the right. Strike number 1. A swing and a hit, but coming in from center field, Sandoval. She's made a lot of good catches in both games for Goddard out there in center field, denying Morales a hit. If that had died just a little sooner, Morales would be sitting on first. Instead, second out, fly out to center field, and brings number 1 Kaylee Vega up to the plate. Vega slaps at the first pitch she sees, and it's a little shallow. It's a shallow right field hit. But Dutra went out trying to grab it and just missed it. Good hustle. It hit the end of her glove, but that was definitely a hit, a single for Vega. She sits on first with 2 outs, brings number 11, Delaney Urahara, up to the plate. Urahara, your pitcher in this second game. Vega is the number 1 pitcher for Lovington. Urahara comes in relief or pitches the second of doubleheaders, or at least starts the games a lot of times. And the first ball is high. It's ball 1. And now evening the count. Second pitch comes in, catches the corner. 1-1 on Urahara. This one, she smacks and sends it out to right field. But coming over is Arellanes, drifting over, following that and denying Urahara a hit. So a fly out to right field sends Urahara back to the dugout. And it's sends Lovington back on the field, and Goddard with a chance to increase their runs on the board. We will go to the bottom of the 6th inning. In this top half of the 6th, there were no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th with more Lady Cats softball, brought to you by our sponsors Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank, Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools. Thank you very much for your support of Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. I'm Dawn Morgan with more on the way. Right here live from Roswell, the second of a doubleheader on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball, live from Roswell. I'm Dawn Morgan on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And we are in the bottom of the 6th inning. Your first batter up with Juliet Hernandez, your catcher. And she hit a ball right back to the pitcher, Urahara, throwing that over to first for the first out. Number 7, Alyssa Linares, your shortstop, coming up to the plate. She's 2 of 3, actually 2 of 2, I think. She was hit by a pitch, and this one she hits a well-hit ball out to left field, but it's caught. Chavarria with a nice play out there in left field. So a fly out is out number 2, as Linares has been a real dependable hitter for Goddard in both games. But she hit a fly out for this plate appearance at least. And brings up number 12, KJ Ray, your first baseman. She's also been a dependable hitter for Goddard. She is 3 of 3 in this game, 3 of 3, and hits a long fly out between center and left, and that's going to roll to the fence. She goes round second. It's going to stay at second, so a stand-up double for Ray. A long hit ball. And with 2 outs, that brings the number 15, Valerie Manzanares, your pitcher, up to the plate. She is 0 for 3 in plate appearances today. 0 for 3. This is her 4th plate appearance. A runner in scoring position. That's Ray out on second base. First pitch comes in, and she swings under it for strike number 1. 0-1 the count. I need to update my scoring bug. 2 outs. An 0-1 count. And a swing and a miss for strike number 2, Manzanares. She was hit by Manzanares, had a fly out to center field, a pop out to the shortstop, 2 pops to shortstop in the game so far. Oh, and this one's going to come in inside. She turns away from it, flinches. It misses her by a few inches for Okia Ramirez. Okay. 1 ball. 2 strikes. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And she goes down with another strikeout. That is the third strikeout for Urahara in this game. And 4 up, 3 down. No runs on 1 hit. No errors committed. And 1 left on base. So Goddard comes up short. And that will bring us to the top of the 7th inning. Lovington coming up to bat. It will be the heart of their order. Sienna DePorto, followed by Annalise Chavarria and Chloe Corral. So DePorto, Chavarria, Corral coming up for Lovington as they lead this one.
Lovington in game 1. Rockets 22. Wildcats 1.
And we have a final score in from the Lovington baseball game going on. They're playing a doubleheader in Lovington. And the first game is over, 22-1 final score. Goddard beating Lovington. We'll see what Lovington can come up with in that second game, as this is the start of district play for the Lovington boys and the Lovington girls. The girls in Roswell at Goddard. Lovington girls winning the first one 9-4. They're in front in this one, 16-6. As we go into the top of the 7th inning, thank you very much to our sponsors: Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank Lovington, General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools. We appreciate all of our sponsors. Thank you very much. Getting ready in the circle. First pitch comes in. It's going to be low and inside. Low and inside to Sienna DePorto. So, ball 1. No outs, of course. Top of the 7th inning as I adjust the scorebook. The score bug, rather. DePorto with a single homer, a 3 RBI homer, a single, and a walk in this game. And she's crossed the plate 4 times for Lovington. And this pitch outside. Looks like she was just not going to pitch to her at all. So a walk. DePorto started off the game with a walk. That's going to bring up number 7, Annalise Chavarria, your left fielder for Lovington. And let's see, I think we have, we're going to have substitutions in. So that's number 21. That is Aranda. Aranda in for Chavarria. And the first pitch, swing and a miss. As that was, that ball looked inside. Aranda giving it a chance. 0-1 count. This one's going to be high and outside for ball number 2. So 1 runner on, no outs. Aranda at the plate. A swing and a miss. Good pitch right down the pike. So 0-2 the count on Aranda. 1-2 the count on Aranda. And a swing and a hit. It's a high fly in shallow center, but coming in on it is Sandoval. She's seen an awful lot of action out there all over center field and has made some important grabs for Goddard. Of course, Lovington also playing a very fine defensive game the first game and in this one as well. But Goddard certainly has had a lot of good plays as well. And a swing and another fly ball. This one is going to go to Dutra. She backs up a couple of steps to catch that. Doesn't have far to go. So the first out was a fly to center field. Second out by Corral was a pop to the second baseman. 2 outs, and that brings Angelina Corral to the plate. And that's going to get by the catcher, and that's going to send the courtesy runner for DePorto out at second base, sends her to second. And a 1-0 count on number 13, Angelina Corral, playing third base today. And 2 balls. 2 balls, no strikes. 2 outs in this top of the 7th inning. The runner in scoring position for Lovington. This ball's coming in. It's going to be high and outside. The ball number 3. So 3-0 on Corral. 2 outs. Courtesy runner for DePorto out on second. And that's going to catch the outside corner for strike number 1. So 3-1 now on Corral. And that's going to be low and outside for ball 4. And that's going to walk Corral and put runners at first and second, both on walks. So Barraza will come up to the plate. Number 9, nope, is it Jocelyn Olguin? Is it Olguin back in the, no, Olguin back in it? And that ball is going to be a call, strike 1 on the outside corner. So one ball, 1 strike, 1-1 count on your batter, batting 9th in the 9th spot. With runners on first and second, and call strike 2. As yes, that is number 9, Jocelyn Olguin. She came out of the batting lineup the last at-bat for Barraza, but she is back in. And this pitch high, and it's outside for ball. So your count is even, 2-2 now on Olguin. Low and inside, and Hernandez did a nice job of catching that. A pass ball probably would have meant Lovington runners on second and third. As they are, runners on first and second, both put there on walks. And it's going to be outside, and another walk. So bases are loaded. All 3 of them walks, and that's going to bring up the top of the lineup, Avery Marquez, your leadoff hitter, coming up to the plate for Lovington with 2 outs, bases loaded. As our score bug reset for some reason. So catching that back up. Bases loaded here in the top of the 7th inning. Golden opportunity for Lovington to add to their scores. And that is ball 3 on Marquez. And this one, she catches a piece of it just on the end of the bat, fouling it away, out of play. So Marquez, obviously the green light. Instead of the take sign being on, she had the green light to hit on a 3-0 count as a leadoff batter with bases loaded. Oh, and there's a nice grounder, a hot shot just inside, about a foot away from the third base bag. And she gets on, but then they catch the runner between second and third and throw her out for out number 3. So, but not before runners cross the plate. All right, so we are done with the top of the third inning as the throw out ends up with that third out. That's going to end it for Lovington. They managed to get 1 run across, though, as your score is 17-6 here. And we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It is do or die time for Goddard, as they must catch up and tie it up to keep the game going, or fall in the second game of a doubleheader to Lovington. We'll be back with more Lovington Lady Cat wow action here on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And we're back with more Lovington Lady Wildcat action in the bottom of the 7th inning. Yale Arianas coming up and hit out to left field. The play made by Chavarria for the first out. So a very quick at bat as Arianas slapped at the first pitch that she saw. And now Goddard is down to 2 outs. Presley Dutra, your batter. Batting from the left side of the plate, Dutra, your second baseman for Goddard. And pitch is going to be a strike, a call strike. Dutra watching that one. Nice pitch by Urahara. She hit this one straight up the middle, a hot grounder that Marquez picks up and throws in, but it's going to be a single for Dutra. Puts her on first base. Goddard's still alive in this one. They've got 2 more outs. With 1 out and a runner on first base. That is Dutra out there, bringing up Sandoval. Alexis Sandoval, your center fielder. And that's a strike. Strike 1. 0-1 the count on Sandoval. 1 out. And she hits that one. It's a high pop fly. Wow. And that's Hernandez drifting back for it. She had to follow that. That ball was in the air for a long time, and she actually caught it behind her. I thought she might drop that, but she hung on. A great catch, and that is 2nd out. So Goddard down to their final out in this one. As top of the order coming up, Erica Cannon. First pitch comes in, and it is definitely a strike. And I remember I was told that that is not Cannon. It's number 4. So 0-1 to count on Cannon, down to 2 strikes in this game. Down to the final 2 strikes, down to the final strike now. 0-2 your count. 17-6 your score here, looking likely that Lovington will win this. And there it is, a call, strike three, a strikeout to end the game. 17-6 your final score. Lovington winning this one and sweeping the Goddard Lady Rockets. Now Lovington 2-0 in district play. And I'll be back to wrap this one up in just a moment on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. And we're back to wrap this one up as Lovington closing out the second of a doubleheader, winning this one 17-6. The first one 9-4. Your line score for Goddard in that one. They have 6 runs on 15 hits, 11 left on base. They commit 3 errors. And for Lovington, 17 runs on 15 hits. They leave 6 on base and commit 1 error. And that's it. So Lovington up 2-0 in district. They'll go back to Lovington. We did have a final score in the Lovington boys game, 22-1. Goddard beating Lovington, and that second game probably underway or just about underway. That's the game starting at 1 and 3 in Lovington today after a rain delay on that first one from last night's storm. So we will have the final scores on that on Tuesday morning from the weekend sports on all of our stations. And I'm Dawn Morgan saying thank you again to all of our sponsors: Bob's Thriftway, Devon Energy, Empire Services, First American Bank, Lovington General Welding Supply, Lee County Electric, Lovington Auto Supply, and Lovington Schools. Thank you to our sponsors, and thank you for listening and for watching. And signing off from Goddard with Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thanks for listening, everybody. Congratulations again to our Lovington Lady Cats with 2 wins today here at Goddard.